Imagine a world where empires don't exist yet. No maps with fixed borders, no capital that rules over everything. Only hills, forests, swamps, and people fighting for survival. In this world lies the origin of Rome. Unspectacular, uncertain, almost by chance. And yet this is the beginning of a story that will shape Europe, the Mediterranean region, and ultimately our thinking today. Rome does not arise from splendor and greatness, but from necessity. From small settlements, from family associations, from rivalry and adaptation. Myths tell of divine descent, of heroes and twin brothers, of murder and fate. Archaeology, on the other hand, shows slow growth, pragmatic decisions, and the growing together of different communities. This already reveals a central feature of Rome, the ability to endure contradictions, and to use them for oneself. This history is more than a succession of kings, consuls, or emperors. It is the story of a political experiment. A society that organizes, limits, redistributes power, and fails again and again. Rome invents institutions, laws, and offices to secure freedom, and yet regularly resorts to violence when order seems threatened. Between republic and dictatorship, between civic duty and personal ambition, there is a common thread that runs through centuries. At the same time, Rome is a history of expansion. A local settlement becomes a regional power becomes an empire. Rome conquers not only with the sword, but also with treaties, with roads, with administration. The defeated are integrated, foreign gods are adopted, new ideas are integrated. But every victory brings new tensions, social inequality, abuse of power, political radicalization. From the very beginning, success carries the seeds of the crisis. This video takes you on a journey through more than 1,000 years. From the mythical beginnings to the Republic, the civil wars, the empire, the long phase of peace, to decay, change, and legacy. It is not only about Rome as a state, but about Rome as an idea. Order and freedom, power and responsibility, rise and fall. Because Rome is gone. But his questions are not. Chapter 1. The world before Rome. Before Rome existed as a city, as a state, or as an idea, Italy was a space without political unity, without a central power structure, and without an overarching identity. The peninsula was not a coherent cultural area, but a mosaic of landscapes, climate zones, and living environments, each of which had produced its own rules, traditions, and survival strategies. Those who lived in this world did not see themselves as part of a greater whole, but as members of a family, a village, or a tribe. These local ties determined thinking, acting, and loyalty. The geography of Italy had a decisive influence on this fragmentation. High mountains crisscrossed the country, especially in the north and along the entire peninsula. Valleys separated communities from one another, swamps made traffic difficult, and dense forests limited visibility and movement. At the same time, the land offered fertile plains, rivers, and coasts that made life possible but also created dependencies. Nature was not a background, but an active factor that determined where people settled, how they did business, and what dangers they feared. Life was fundamentally dependent on the immediate environment. Harvests decided on hunger or survival, whether on prosperity or hardship. People grew grain, kept sheep, goats, and cattle, collected wood, and hunted game. Surpluses were rare and unevenly distributed. Those who owned more gained influence, but wealth remained fragile and threatened by natural disasters, diseases, or raids. Settlements usually consisted of small village communities. The houses were simple, built of wood, clay, and straw, adapted to the materials available. Safety played a major role, which is why many places were located on hills. These elevated locations provided protection against flooding and enabled early warning of approaching foreign groups. Walls were rare, but natural barriers were deliberately used. Political structures in the later sense hardly existed. Decisions were made by elders, heads of families, or experienced warriors. Authority was based less on formal offices than on reputation, experience, and strength. Leadership was personal, not institutional. Those who convinced, led. Those who weakened lost influence. Power has always been precarious and had to be asserted again and again. Conflicts are part of everyday life in this world. Disputes over pastureland, water sources, or hunting grounds could quickly escalate. However, wars were small-scale and limited. It was rarely about conquest on a large scale, but about deterrence, retaliation, or securing resources. Violence was not a state of emergency, but part of social reality, but at the same time limited by rituals, agreements, and traditions. Religion played a central role in people's understanding of the world. Nature was considered to be permeated by supernatural forces. Rivers, forests, mountains, and springs were revered, feared, or appeased. Gods were not distant beings, but directly connected to everyday life. Harvest, illness, birth, and death were understood as expressions of divine will. Rituals served less moral education than to ensure the balance between humans and the environment. These religious ideas strengthened the cohesion within the community. Common sacrifices, festivals, and rituals created identity and order. At the same time, they demarcated themselves from the outside. Foreigners had other gods, other customs, other rules. Distrust of the unknown was deep-rooted, even though trade and exchange already existed. Despite its local orientation, Italy was by no means isolated. Early on, trade routes connected individual regions with each other. Salt, metals, ceramics, and simple luxury goods were transported over long distances. Coastal regions were in contact with seafarers from other parts of the Mediterranean. These encounters brought new techniques, tools, and ideas, but also new dangers. With trade, not only goods, but also stories, myths, and religious ideas reached the villages and settlements. Foreign stories broadened the horizon and made it clear that there were larger communities beyond one's own world. At the same time, this insight remained abstract. One's own existence was still tied to the familiar space, to fields, forests, and rivers that one knew. The social order of the time was simple but strict. Family formed the core of every community. Kinship certain rights, duties, and protections. Anyone who stood outside this net was vulnerable. Strangers could be integrated, but this required time, marriage, or special achievements. Expulsion meant existential danger. In this world, an understanding of order and regularity gradually developed. Traditions were passed on, not questioned. What had proven itself was considered right. Innovation was usually born out of necessity, not curiosity. Nevertheless, adaptation and the ability to learn were crucial for survival. Communities that responded flexibly to environmental changes had long-term benefits. Italy's position between different cultural areas reinforced this dynamic. The peninsula was located between Central Europe, the Greek East, and the Western Mediterranean. This intermediate position made it a space of contact and conflict in the long term. But in the world before Rome, this role was not yet conscious. Italy was a transit area without seeing itself as the center. The prerequisites for the emergence of Rome lay precisely in this complexity. Diverse landscapes, competing communities, limited resources, and early trade contacts created a world where adaptability, organization, and integration were crucial. Those who learned to bring different groups together instead of just fighting them could secure power in the long term. Rome did not emerge as an alternative to this world, but as a product of it. The experiences of the pre-Roman period profoundly shaped how power was later organized, law was understood, and community was defined. The emphasis on duty, order, and adaptation was rooted in a time when survival was only possible through collective action. The world before Rome was therefore neither primitive nor meaningless. It was complex, challenging, and full of tension. It laid the foundations for the structures that later made Rome great. The city on the Tiber did not step out of the shadow of this world, but grew out of it, supported by experiences that were older than any wall or law. Only against this background does it become understandable why Rome did not see itself as an accidental foundation, but as the result of fate, order, and adaptation. The world before Rome was the stage on which all those abilities developed that enabled a small settlement to one day lay claim to be more than just a village among many. Chapter 2. Italy in the Bronze Age. The Bronze Age does not mark a sudden upheaval in Italy, but a slow, profound change that took place over many generations. It produced new materials, new techniques, and new forms of exchange, but without radically changing the basic structures of everyday life. People continued to live closely tied to their environment, depending on soil, climate, and seasons. But with the processing of bronze, a development began that in the long term favored social differences, concentration of power, and superregional connections. The everyday life of people in the Bronze Age was primarily agricultural. Agriculture and animal husbandry formed the economic basis of almost all communities. Cereals such as emmer and einkorn were mainly grown, supplemented by legumes and simple garden plants. Livestock farming played an equally important role. Sheep, goats, cattle, and pigs provided meat, milk, wool, and traction. This farming method was labor-intensive and prone to crop failures, but made the communities relatively independent of external influences. The settlement structure reflected this way of life. Small villages dominated the picture, usually with a few dozen inhabitants. The houses were simply built, often rectangular or oval, built of wooden posts, clay walls, and thatched roofs. Their arrangement did not follow strict planning, but resulted from practical needs. Proximity to water sources, fertile land, and natural protection options was crucial. These settlements were not isolated units, but part of regional networks. Within a region, contacts existed between villages, whether through marriages, common rituals, or the occasional exchange of goods. Nevertheless, most people's horizons remained limited. Their own region represented the known world. Everything beyond that was considered foreign and potentially dangerous. The use of bronze represented a significant technological advance. Bronze, an alloy of copper and tin, was harder and more durable than stone or pure copper. It allowed for the production of more efficient tools such as axes, sickles, and chisels, as well as more effective weapons such as swords, spearheads, and daggers. These new tools improved agricultural work and artisanal production, but did not fundamentally change the form of farming. The production of bronze required specialized knowledge and access to raw materials. Copper and especially tin were not available everywhere, which made it necessary to establish trade relations. This gave rise to early forms of division of labor. Some communities specialized in metalworking, others in agriculture or livestock breeding. This specialization favored social differences, as certain skills and resources gained in importance. Despite this development, trade in the Bronze Age remained predominantly regionally limited. Exchange usually took place between neighboring areas and mainly concerned raw materials, tools, and occasionally jewelry or ceramics. Long-distance trade existed, but was rare and often indirect. Goods changed hands via several intermediate stations, so that only a few people had direct contact with distant regions. With trade, not only material goods spread, but also ideas and techniques. Forms of ceramics, funeral rituals, or weapon styles indicate that cultural exchange took place. Nevertheless, local traditions retained great importance. Each region developed its own forms of culture that created identity and made demarcation possible. The social structure of the Bronze Age communities was comparatively simple, but began to become more differentiated. While many people had similar living conditions, elites gradually emerged. These differed in terms of better access to bronze objects, larger livestock, or special religious functions. Power was not based on formal offices, but on control over resources, knowledge, or ritual authority. Graves from the Bronze Age provide insight into this social differentiation. While many burials were simple, others contained valuable grave goods such as weapons, jewelry, or elaborately crafted vessels. Such differences point to social hierarchies, even if these were not yet rigidly pronounced. Prestige played a growing role, especially for warriors and leaders. War and violence were present in the Bronze Age, but mostly localized. Conflicts arose from competition for land, livestock, or trade routes. The improved weapons increased lethal efficiency, but wars remained relatively small-scale. It was rarely about the permanent subjugation of entire regions, but about a demonstration of power, deterrence, or short-term advantages. The religious ideas of the Bronze Age were closely linked to nature and everyday life. Fertility, weather, and harvest were at the center of ritual practices. Offerings, sacred places, and funeral rituals played an important role in community life. Religion served to overcome uncertainties and bring order to a world characterized by unpredictability. Technical progress was not accompanied by social acceleration. Changes took place slowly, over generations. Knowledge was passed on orally. Innovations only prevailed if they proved themselves in everyday life. Tradition was highly valued, as it promised security in an environment that often entailed existential risks. Italy's Bronze Age was thus an epoch of transition. Old ways of life persisted, while new opportunities emerged. People continued to live in small communities, but the first beginnings of super-regional networking, social differentiation, and technological specialization became visible. In the long term, these developments created the conditions for more complex forms of society. It is particularly important that no uniform cultural space emerged during this period. Italy remained diverse and regional. This diversity prevented early political centralization, but promoted adaptability. Communities learned to react to different conditions and to learn from each other without giving up their independence. This phase was of fundamental importance for the later history of Rome. Roman society was later to be strongly influenced by agriculture, the military, and a pragmatic approach to technology. Many of these properties can already be seen in the Bronze Age. Efficiency, adaptation, and use of existing resources became central principles early on. Italy in the Bronze Age was therefore not a mere prehistory, but a formative epoch. It created the material, social, and cultural foundations on which later developments could be built. Without the slow changes of this time, the rise of more complex societies would not have been possible. The people of the Bronze Age did not see themselves as part of an epoch. What counted for them was daily survival, securing the harvest, protecting the family. But in retrospect, it becomes apparent that their decisions, techniques, and social structures had far-reaching consequences. They formed a world from which new political and cultural orders could develop in later centuries. Thus, the Bronze Age of Italy stands at the beginning of a long journey. It connects the world of the early village communities with the more complex societies of the Iron Age. In it lie the quiet beginnings of those developments that would eventually lead to the emergence of Rome, not as a sudden revolution, but as the result of centuries-long unspectacular, but profound change. Chapter 3. The Peoples of Latium. In early history, Lazio was not a politically united area, but a landscape inhabited by several closely related communities. These peoples shared a common language, similar religious ideas, and comparable ways of life, but differed in their local traditions, interests, and claims to power. Political unity did not exist. Rather, Lazio was a field of tension between cooperation and competition. It was precisely from this multi-layered environment that Rome eventually developed, at first inconspicuously, as one settlement among many. The landscape of Lazio played a decisive role in the emergence and structure of its peoples. Gentle hills, fertile plains, and river valleys determined the settlement sites. The Tiber and its tributaries in particular made agriculture, livestock breeding, and limited trade possible. At the same time, swamps and forested heights created natural boundaries between individual communities. This geographical division promoted local identities and made it difficult to form larger political units. The Latin tribes lived mainly in small settlements built on hills. These offered protection against flooding and enemy attacks. The settlements consisted of simple houses, mostly inhabited by families. The village and tribe formed the most important social points of reference. Loyalty was to one's own community, not to a superordinate political entity. Linguistically, The peoples of Latium were closely connected. Early Latin served as a common means of communication and facilitated exchange and understanding. This linguistic unity created cultural closeness without forcing political unity. It made alliances possible, but also rivalries, as understanding did not prevent conflicts, but sometimes even facilitated them. Religion was another unifying factor. The Latin peoples worshipped similar gods who were closely associated with nature, fertility, and protection. Places of worship were often located outside the settlements and were shared by several communities. Religious festivals offered opportunities for encounters, exchange, and temporary cooperation. At the same time, religious claims could also exacerbate political tensions when sanctuaries or rituals were disputed. Politically, the Latin tribes were independent. Each community regulated its own affairs, usually through elders or respected heads of families. There were no firmly institutionalized offices in the later sense, but flexible forms of leadership. Authority was based on experience, military strength, religious significance, or economic influence. This openness made the political structures adaptable, but also unstable. Rivalries between the tribes were frequent. They were sparked by border issues, grazing rights, or control over trade routes. Armed conflicts were usually limited, but they had a lasting impact on thought and action. War was considered a legitimate means of securing resources and prestige. At the same time, alliances were just as important, as they offered protection and secured common interests. A special feature of Lazio was the coexistence of competition and cooperation. Communities could be rivals and allies at the same time, depending on the situation. This flexible alliance system differed significantly from later state structures. It required diplomatic skill, negotiation, and the ability to constantly rebalance interests. In this environment, military organization became increasingly important. Although the armies were small and consisted of citizens, experience and discipline were highly valued. Communities that were able to successfully defend their interests gained prestige. Military success strengthened internal cohesion and increased the attractiveness of a settlement for immigrants. The tribes also differed only slightly economically. Agriculture formed the basis, supplemented by livestock breeding and simple handicraft production. Surpluses were exchanged locally, rarely over longer distances. Nevertheless, some settlements began to gain importance due to favorable locations or better organization. Control over fertile land or transport routes created advantages. Lazio was therefore not a homogeneous space, but a network of relationships. These relationships were dynamic and changeable. No community dominated permanently. Power relations shifted with generations, harvests, and wars. It was precisely this instability that opened up opportunities for advancement, but also for decline. It was in this context that Rome developed. At first, it was no bigger, richer, or more powerful than other Latin settlements. However, its location on the Tiber, at a ford between trade routes, gave it strategic advantages. Rome was located at an interface between inland and coast, between north and south. This position favored exchange and made the settlement a point of contact between different groups early on. Rome also benefited from its ability to integrate. While other communities relied heavily on ancestry and closed structures, Rome was comparatively open. Strangers could be taken in, be it through marriage, alliances, or settlement. This openness increased the population and military potential. At the same time, it created a diverse community that combined different experiences and skills. The political structures of Rome developed in the field of tension of the Latin world. Mechanisms for regulating conflicts and sharing power emerged early on. These structures were not unique, but they were particularly effective. Rome learned from the successes and mistakes of its neighbors. Adaptation became a strength. Rome was also firmly rooted in Lazio religiously. The Roman cults were closely linked to Latin traditions. Common sanctuaries and rituals integrated Rome into the regional network. At the same time, The city developed its own religious forms that reflected its growing importance. The rivalries in Latium fostered a constant competition for influence. Communities that could not hold their own lost importance or were absorbed by stronger neighbors. Rome managed to use this process to its advantage. Through skillful alliances, military successes, and integration, his influence gradually grew. It is important that this climb was not inevitable or predetermined. Other settlements could have become just as dominant. Rome benefited from favorable circumstances, but also from conscious decisions. The ability to combine rivalry and cooperation proved crucial. Rome learned to secure power not only through violence, but also through involvement. The peoples of Latium thus formed the direct cultural and political background of Roman early history. Their language, their religious ideas, and their social structures profoundly shaped Rome. At the same time, their competition forced Rome to develop further. Without these rivals, Rome would have had no need to improve its organization. Lazio was a laboratory of political forms. In it, models of leadership, alliance, and conflict were tested, discarded, and recombined. Rome grew up in this laboratory. It adopted the tried and tested, adapted it, and discarded what proved to be a hindrance. This ability to learn was a decisive advantage. The world of the Latin tribes was therefore not a mere prehistory, but an active creative space. It gave rise to the skills that would later distinguish Rome: flexibility, the power to integrate, and political pragmatism. Rome was not a foreign body in Lazio, but its product. Only in retrospect does Rome appear to be an exception. In the early days, it was part of a polyphonic choir of equal communities. The fact that this settlement in particular found its way to dominance was not due to a fundamental difference, but to the consistent use of the opportunities offered by Lazio. A look at the peoples of Latium shows that the rise of Rome did not contradict its surroundings, but emerged from it. The common language, the shared gods, and the constant rivalries created a world in which strength, adaptation, and integration were the deciding factors for success. Rome learned this lesson early on, and implemented it with growing success. Chapter 4. The Etruscans. North of Lazio, between the 9th and 4th centuries BC, a culture developed that was in many respects more advanced than its neighbors and that had a lasting impact on the history of central Italy, that of the Etruscans. They inhabited an area that stretched roughly between the Arno, Tiber, and Tyrrhenian seas, a landscape with fertile soils, rich ore deposits, and favorable transport routes. From these prerequisites grew a society that formed urban structures, developed complex religious systems, and exercised superregional power. For the emerging Rome, the Etruscans became teachers, culturally, politically, and symbolically. The Etruscan world was not a political entity in the modern sense, but a federation of independent cities. Each city formed its own center of power with surrounding territory. These cities were connected by language, religion, and traditions, but at the same time they were in competition with each other. Power was exercised locally, but common interests led to loose alliances, especially in the face of external threats. This form of organization also influenced early Roman ideas of city-statehood. A defining feature of the Etruscan culture was its early urbanization. While many Latin communities were still village-like, the Etruscans already knew planned cities with public squares, temples, and fortifications. Roads were built, sewage systems were built, and residential districts were clearly structured. City life meant not only spatial densification, but also social differentiation and political organization. Rome would later adopt and develop this model. Economically, the Etruscans benefited greatly from the natural resources of their land. In particular, the mining and processing of metals brought them prosperity. Iron, copper, and other ores were extracted, processed, and traded. This economic advantage enabled the Etruscan elites to consolidate power and maintain cross-regional contacts. Trade connected them with Greeks, Phoenicians, and other peoples of the Mediterranean region. These contacts profoundly shaped the Etruscan culture. Arts, crafts, and everyday objects show clear influences from the Greek world, without being mere imitation. The Etruscans integrated foreign elements into their own tradition. This gave rise to an independent, rich culture that valued luxury and representation. For Rome, this capacity for cultural integration later became of central importance. The Etruscan influence on religion was particularly formative. The Etruscans considered the world to be completely permeated by divine signs. Gods revealed there will through natural phenomena, lightning, bird flight, or sacrifice. The art of interpreting these signs was highly developed and institutionalized. Priests had a great reputation, as they were considered mediators between gods and humans. This religious worldview had a lasting influence on Rome. Many central elements of the Roman state religion can be traced back to Etruscan models. The idea that political decisions require divine approval was adopted by Rome. Rituals for the founding of the city, the election of officials, or the declaration of war followed fixed religious rules. Religion was not a private matter, but an integral part of the state order. This close connection between religion and politics stems in large parts from the Etruscan tradition. The Etruscans also had a formative effect in the area of forms of rule. Etruscan kings ruled with clearly recognizable insignia of power. Symbols such as the ruler's chair, the scepter, or certain robes served to publicly represent authority. Such signs were later adopted by Roman kings and even republican officials. Power had to be visible and recognizable. At times, Roman kings themselves were under direct Etruscan influence. Tradition tells of a phase in which Rome was ruled by kings who came from the Etruscan environment or were closely associated with it. During this time, Rome experienced a significant surge in development. Large construction projects, new religious institutions, and a stronger political organization can be dated to this phase. Rome became more urban, more structured, and more ambitious. Architecture is a particularly visible field of Etruscan influence. The Etruscans mastered the construction of monumental temples and public buildings. They used stone, wood, and terracotta in a complex way. Its architecture was functional and symbolic at the same time. Rome adopted not only technical processes, but also the understanding of architecture as an expression of power and order. An important example is the handling of infrastructure. Drainage systems, road construction, and urban planning were among the strengths of the Etruscans. These technical skills were invaluable to Rome, as they formed the basis for later urbanization. The idea that a city can be controlled through planning, construction, and order was firmly anchored in Rome. Socially, the Etruscans differed from their neighbors in some respects. Women played a comparatively visible role in Etruscan society. They appeared in public, took part in festivals, and apparently possessed legal and social freedoms that were unusual in other cultures. This openness irritated Greek observers and stood in contrast to later Roman norms. Nevertheless, it left its mark on Roman thinking about family and status. Etruscan society was strongly hierarchical. A wealthy elite dominated politics, religion, and the economy. Their wealth was evident in magnificent tombs, ornate burial objects, and elaborate festivals. This self-portrayal was not only an expression of prosperity, but also served to legitimize power. Rome adopted this principle of public representation, albeit in an adapted form. Militarily, the Etruscans were also important. They had organized armies and used advanced weapons. Their military strength allowed them to exert influence beyond Lazio. Rome was under military pressure at times, but also benefited from the adoption of Etruscan military practices. Discipline, equipment, and tactics have been further developed. Despite their strength, the Etruscans were not permanently dominant. Internal rivalries, pressure from neighboring peoples, and the rise of new powers weakened their position. Their political fragmentation proved to be a disadvantage in the long term. Rome learned from this fate and later strove for greater integration and central control. However, the decline of the Etruscan power did not mean the end of its influence. Many Etruscan traditions lived on in Rome. Language, religious rituals, symbols of power, and architectural forms were adopted and adapted. Rome did not develop against the Etruscans, but on their basis. It is particularly significant that Rome learned early on to organize and represent power through contact with the Etruscans. The combination of religion, politics, and public staging became the core of Roman rule. The willingness to absorb foreign influences and integrate them into their own system is also evident at this early stage. The Etruscans thus functioned as a cultural bridge between the Mediterranean world and the inner Italian region. They conveyed techniques, ideas, and symbols that Rome later perfected. Without this influence, Rome would hardly have been able to develop complex state structures so early. Chapter 4 therefore shows that early Roman history cannot be viewed in isolation. Rome was part of a larger cultural fabric in which the Etruscans played a central role. They shaped Rome in its decisive phases of development and left behind a legacy that reached far beyond their own political existence. Thus, at the beginning of Roman history there were not only myths and local traditions, but also concrete models of power, order, and culture. The Etruscans showed how a society can be organized, a city can be shaped, and rule can be legitimized. Rome should take up these lessons and implement them in the centuries to come in a way that would fundamentally change the history of the Mediterranean. Chapter 5. Aeneas and the Trojan Origin. The myth of Aeneas is one of the most influential origin narratives in Roman history. He does not connect the emergence of Rome with a local coincidental beginning, but with the great world of Greek heroic sagas and the dramatic events surrounding the fall of Troy. In this narrative, Rome does not appear as a product of provincial development, but as the heir of a heroic past that is older and more brilliant than that of most other Italic communities. The myth gave Rome dignity, depth, and a historic mission, long before Rome became a great political power. At the center of this narrative is Aeneas, a Trojan prince and warrior who survives the fall of his hometown. When Troy falls after years of war, Aeneas leaves the burning city not as a refugee without a destination, but as the bearer of a divine mission. He saves his old father, leads his son by the hand, and takes the household gods with him. Already in this scene it becomes clear what the myth is about: duty, continuity, and responsibility towards the past and future. Aeneas is not a hero in the sense of ruthless strength or triumphant violence. His central virtue is pietas, the duty to gods, family, and fate. This quality distinguishes him from many Greek heroes, whose fame often arises from personal honor and individual greatness. Aeneas does not act primarily for himself, but for a future that he himself will not fully experience. It was precisely this attitude that made him the ideal ancestor for the Romans. After fleeing Troy, Aeneas begins a long deprivation-filled journey. He wanders across the Mediterranean, experiences shipwreck, loss, and temptation. This journey connects the Trojan past with the Italian future. The Odysseys are deliberately reminiscent of well-known Greek myths, but they lead in a different direction. While other heroes want to return home, Aeneas is looking for a new home that is destined for him by the gods. A central section of the narrative takes place in Carthage, where Aeneas meets Queen Dido. The relationship between the two is intense but tragic. Aeneas is faced with the choice between personal happiness and divine mission. His decision to leave Dido does not make him sympathetic, but consistent. The myth here again emphasizes that Roman greatness arises from renunciation, not from pleasure. Individual suffering is subordinated to the larger goal. Finally, Aeneas reaches Italy, which has been chosen by the gods as his destination. But even here he finds no peace. The country is inhabited, and its arrival leads to new conflicts. Aeneas must fight to secure a place for himself and his companions. The myth does not conceal the fact that the establishment of the future order is associated with violence. Here, too, a realistic Roman self-image is reflected. Order does not arise without sacrifice. Aeneas himself does not found Rome. Instead, he becomes the progenitor of a line that will later become Romulus. This temporal distance is significant. It allows the myth to be deeply rooted in the past and to portray Rome as the result of a long, fateful process. Rome does not appear as a sudden foundation, but as the fulfillment of a divine plan that spans generations. The connection to Troy fulfilled several functions. On the one hand, it elevated Rome culturally. In the Greek world, Troy was a symbol of heroic greatness and tragic fate. By tracing its origins back to Troy, Rome placed itself on a par with the oldest and most famous traditions of the Mediterranean. Rome was thus not an imitator, but an heir. On the other hand, the myth enabled a deliberate demarcation and at the same time a connection to Greek culture. The Romans adopted many Greek elements, but did not want to see themselves as mere disciples or copies. The Trojan origin made it possible to be part of this world without appearing subordinate to it. Troy was part of Greek mythology, but at the same time its tragic opposite. Politically, the myth gained enormous importance, especially in later times. When Rome began to formulate its claim to power in the Mediterranean, it needed a history that legitimized this claim. The story of Aeneas offered exactly that, a divinely legitimized mission that began far before current politics. Roman expansion could thus be portrayed as a continuation of an ancient fate. This interpretation was particularly emphasized in the time of the early German Empire. The connection between Aeneas and the Roman elite was deliberately emphasized. Certain families derived their ancestry directly from him, which gave political power a genealogical charge. Domination appeared not only as the result of success, but as an expression of divine order. The myth also fulfilled a moral function. Aeneas embodied values that were considered typically Roman, a sense of duty, sacrifice, discipline, and loyalty. These characteristics were emphasized in contrast to the ways of life of other peoples, which were perceived as decadent. The Trojan origin was thus not only a narrative of origin, but a moral model. It is important to note that the myth was not understood as a historical account. Even the Romans themselves distinguished between history and tradition. But truth was not defined in factual terms alone. A myth was considered true if it created meaning, formed identity, and explained order. In this sense, the story of Aeneas was true for Rome, regardless of its historical verifiability. The success of this myth is also evident in how deeply it has been anchored in literature, art, and public representation. Temples, reliefs, and stories took up the motifs again and again. Aeneas became an integral part of the collective memory. His story was known, accepted, and effective. At the same time, the myth remained flexible. It could be reinterpreted and accentuated according to political needs. Sometimes divine guidance was in the foreground, sometimes the willingness to make sacrifices, sometimes the claim to rule. This elasticity made the myth particularly valuable for a society that was constantly changing. In the early days of Rome, the myth helped to think about one's own meaning beyond the local level. Rome was not just one settlement among many in Lazio, but part of a larger history. This idea boosted the community's self-confidence and ambitions. Those who believe they are destined for greater things act differently than someone who sees themselves as an accidental product. The myth of Aeneas thus exemplifies how history, religion, and politics intertwine in Rome. Origin was not a neutral topic, but a tool of self-interpretation. Through Aeneas, Rome connected past and future, myth and power, suffering and mission. In the end, the question is not so much whether Aeneas ever existed, but what function his story fulfilled. She explained why Rome was there, why it grew, and why it ruled. It made expansion understandable, sacrifice meaningful, and power legitimate. In this function, the myth was invaluable. Aeneas thus forms a symbolic point of origin that reaches far beyond early history proper. His figure accompanied Rome through centuries, changed with the political situation, and yet remained central. The Trojan hero became the Roman ancestor, not through blood, but through meaning. The history of Rome consists not only of facts, but of narratives that interpret these facts. The myth of Aeneas is one of these stories, perhaps the most important. It shows how Rome understood itself, as the heir to a great past and the bearer of an even greater future. Chapter 6. Romulus and Remus. Hardly any other story is as deeply connected to Roman identity as the story of the twin brothers Romulus and Remus. It is more than a founding legend, it is a symbolic condensation of how the Romans understood themselves, their city and their fate. In this narrative, origin and violence, divine will and human decision, brotherhood and deadly conflict are combined. Even at its core, history makes it clear that Rome did not emerge from harmony, but from tension, sacrifice, and hardship. The origin of the twins is characterized by uncertainty and threat. Her mother is a young woman of royal family, whose children pose a threat to the existing power order. To eliminate this threat, she is forced to reveal her newborns. The decision to abandon the children is not an individual act of cruelty, but an expression of a world in which political stability is placed above family ties. A central motif of Roman thought is already evident here. The survival of order justifies extreme measures. The abandonment of the twins at the river is both a death sentence and a moment of transition. The river, symbol of danger and renewal, carries the children away instead of devouring them. The fact that they survive is not understood as a coincidence, but as a sign of divine providence. The famous rescue by a she-wolf is less a zoological curiosity than a symbolic act. The animal embodies wildness, natural power, and protection at the same time. The future founders of Rome are not saved in a palace, but in the wilderness, an image that emphasizes Roman harshness and originality. The childhood of the twins takes place far away from courtly order. They grow up among ordinary people, get to know the life of the shepherds, and develop physical strength and independence. This phase of the narrative anchors Rome not in aristocratic aloofness, but in the peasant warlike milieu. The idealized qualities of the brothers, courage, drive, assertiveness, do not arise from education or luxury, but from closeness to nature and daily confrontation with dangers. With increasing age, their origins gradually come to light. The twins learn who they are and recognize the injustice that has befallen them. The return to the political space does not take place through negotiation, but through violence. The usurper is overthrown, the old order is restored. But this restoration does not mean a return to the past, but opens the way to something new. The brothers are now faced with the question of how and where to start their own community. The decision to found a new city is an act of enormous symbolic importance. It marks the transition from personal history to collective future. But this transition is overshadowed by rivalry. Both brothers claim leadership and naming for themselves. The conflict is not merely a matter of personal ambition, but an expression of a fundamental problem. Who has the right to rule, and what is this right based on? The decision is to be brought about by divine signs. Birds, a classic means of divination, are said to reveal the will of the gods. But even divine signs turn out to be ambiguous. The interpretation of the signs becomes a point of contention. This ambivalence is significant. Even when the gods speak, human interpretation remains decisive. Order does not arise automatically, it must be enforced. The conflict eventually escalates fatally. Remus crosses, intentionally or mockingly, the newly drawn boundary of the emerging city. This act is more than a provocation. It questions the validity of order, law, and sacred space. The reaction is radical. Remus is killed. Whether out of anger, out of a sense of duty, or out of the awareness that breaking the rules must not be tolerated remains open. The decisive factor is the result. The city is created by fratricide. This act is at the center of Roman self-interpretation. It makes it unmistakably clear that the founding of Rome was not an innocent act. Order is created by force, and stability demands sacrifices, even the highest. The Romans did not tell themselves this story to embellish it, but to explain its reality. The death of Remus is not suppressed, but remembered. It is both a warning and a legitimation. Romulus, the survivor, becomes the first ruler of the new city. His name is transferred to Rome, and thus to everything that follows. It stands for beginning, decision, and enforcement. His rule is not tyrannical in the classical sense, but justifying. He creates structures, organizes community, and establishes initial rules. But above all there is the memory of the price that this order has cost. The shape of Romulus is ambivalent. He is founder and perpetrator, legislator and fratricide. This ambivalence makes him the ideal symbolic figure for Rome. The city never saw itself as morally impeccable, but as functional, purpose-oriented and realistic. Romulus embodies this attitude. He does not act out of cruelty, but out of the claim to create order where chaos threatens. The narrative also emphasizes the loneliness of power. In the end, Romulus stands alone. The brother, the rival, the mirror of himself, is dead. Leadership means separation, decision, and loss. This idea runs through the entire Roman history. Those who rule are isolated, burdened by responsibility and guilt. Power is not a gift, but a burden. At the same time, history serves to legitimize political authority. If the founder of Rome already had to use force to secure order, then later harshness appears as a continuation of a necessary principle. The narrative creates a framework in which strictness, discipline, and uncompromising enforcement are considered virtues. Mildness is not ruled out, but it is always overshadowed by the need to maintain order. The motif of the border is also central. Remus's crossing of the city limits is not accidental. Borders define community, law, and identity. Anyone who disregards it questions the existence of order. This idea profoundly shapes Roman thinking about law, territory, and belonging. The city is more than a place. It is a sacred space whose rules apply absolutely. The story of the twins also explains why Rome saw itself as something special early on. The city did not come into being by chance, but from an act of fate and decision. Their origins are dramatic, their existence threatened and fought for from the very beginning. This self-image nourished a strong sense of mission and purpose. Rome did not see itself as an ordinary community, but as the bearer of a special task. It is important to note that this narrative was not understood as a historical account. It is a myth, deliberately told and handed down in order to create meaning. But their effect is real. It shaped values, expectations, and political ideas. Generations of Romans grew up with this story and internalized its messages. Order is fragile, leadership demands sacrifices, and community is more important than personal bonding. Compared to other founding myths, the Roman narrative stands out for its sobriety. There is no golden beginning, no peaceful coexistence, no idyllic origin. Instead, the focus is on conflict, violence, and decision-making. This honesty made the myth credible and effective. He did not promise paradise, but stability, at the price of hardship. The twins thus stand not only for the beginning of a city, but also for a permanent tension in Roman thought. Fraternity and rivalry, closeness and demarcation, commonality and exclusion coexist. Rome defines itself by these contrasts and lives from their tension. In the end, Romulus remains as a symbol of a beginning that was never innocent. His act marks the point at which personal history becomes political order. The city is not created out of harmony, but out of decision. This is exactly where the Romans saw the truth about themselves, that greatness does not grow from harmony, but from the ability to carry conflicts and enforce order. This narrative shaped the Roman self-image for centuries. She explained why Rome was hard, why it endured, and why it was willing to make sacrifices, from others and from itself. The origin of Rome lies not in peace, but in the will to order. And it was precisely this will that was to determine the history of the city and its empire in the long term. Chapter 7. The Foundation of Rome. The founding of Rome is one of the most charged moments in European history. It marks not only the beginning of a city, but also the origin of a political, cultural, and symbolic center that was to shape the Mediterranean region for centuries. Traditionally, this event is dated to the year 753 BC, a date that was deeply rooted in the Roman self-image. But behind this seemingly clear year lies a complex process in which myth and historical reality are inextricably intertwined. For the Romans themselves, the founding date was of central importance. It served as the starting point of their chronology and gave their history a clear order. The idea that Rome was founded on a certain day gave the city a solemn, almost sacral origin. This temporal fixation created identity and continuity. It made Rome not only old, but deliberately old, older than many of its rivals and thus worthy of ruling over them. From an archaeological point of view, however, a different picture emerges. The emergence of Rome was not a singular act, but a long-term process. In the area of what later became Rome, smaller settlements had existed for centuries, which were located on various hills. These settlements were initially separated from each other, both spatially and socially. They developed independently, followed their own traditions, and were each bound to their immediate environment. These early settlements were preferably located on hills, which offered protection and at the same time enabled proximity to fertile land. The river played a central role in this. It provided water, transportation, and a natural connection between communities. At the same time, it represented a border that offered security, but also had to be overcome. The location on a ford made the area particularly attractive for trade and exchange. Over time, these settlements began to interact more closely with each other. Economic necessities, common religious practices, and external threats promote cooperation. Markets were created, paths were used, rituals were performed together. Isolated villages gradually became a contiguous settlement area. This process has been slow, over generations, with no clear beginning or conclusion. The idea of a foundation in 753 BC can therefore be understood as a symbolic condensation. It does not mark the beginning of human settlement, but the moment when several communities became a city, politically, religiously, and culturally. In this sense, the date is less a historical fact than a deliberate setting. It names the moment when Rome saw itself as a unit. This act of self-definition is crucial. A city is not only created by houses and paths, but by common rules, rituals, and ideas. The founding of Rome meant that different groups agreed to a common order. Boundaries were drawn, spaces defined, responsibilities determined. Neighborhood became community, proximity became belonging. Rituals played a central role in this. The founding of a city was a sacred act in the ancient world. It required the approval of the gods and was accompanied by religious ceremonies. The ground was consecrated, borders marked, protection requested. These rituals gave legitimacy to the new order. They made it clear that the city was not only a human work, but part of a divine order. The famous Founding Act, in which a furrow was drawn, symbolized this connection between space, law, and religion. The line separated inside and outside, citizens and strangers, order and chaos. It was more than a structural boundary. It was a legal and moral framework. Anyone who crossed this line questioned the order and had to reckon with consequences. In this symbolic setting, myth and reality merge. Archaeological findings do indeed show traces of early fortifications and border markings. At the same time, their interpretation is inextricably linked to later narratives. The Romans looked back on these beginnings and interpreted them in the light of their later greatness. The earliest structures became omens of a coming empire. The founding of Rome was also a political act. It created new power relations and required leadership. Whoever set the order claimed authority. This authority had to be recognized, defended, and passed on. The need for clear rules of rule, therefore, arose early on. Institutionalized power developed from informal leadership. Integration played a decisive role in this. Rome was not a homogeneous community from the beginning. People from different backgrounds lived together, bringing their own traditions and interests with them. The ability to order this diversity and make it usable became one of Rome's greatest strengths. The foundation was not exclusion, but integration, albeit under clear rules. However, this openness was not limitless. Belonging was tied to duties. Those who wanted to be part of the community had to submit to order, take on military responsibility, and accept religious practices. Freedom was never absolute, but always part of a greater whole. This idea had a lasting influence on the Roman understanding of the state. The slow unification of the settlements also led to social changes. New forms of hierarchy emerged, property was redistributed, influence was concentrated. Not everyone benefited equally from the new order. Conflicts remained part of living together. But the existence of common institutions made it possible to channel and limit these conflicts. The founding of Rome can therefore be understood as a transition from a village to an urban way of life. Urbanity meant densification, organization, and publicity. Decisions were no longer made in the family alone, but in larger gatherings. The public sphere emerged as a political space. This fundamentally changed thinking and acting. At the same time, Rome remained deeply rooted in its rural surroundings. Agriculture remained the economic basis. Peasant values shaped the self-image. The city did not see itself as an antithesis to the countryside, but as its center. This combination of urbanity and agricultural tradition gave Rome stability and down-to-earthness. The fusion of myth and reality is particularly evident in the later culture of remembrance. The Romans looked back on their foundation to interpret the present and the future. Political crises were interpreted with reference to the beginnings. Reforms were legitimized as a return to original values. The foundation was not completed, but was effective again and again. This memory is also tangible archaeologically. The earliest buildings were preserved, reshaped, or deliberately integrated. Old sanctuaries remained, even as the city grew. The past was not suppressed, but embedded. Rome grew in layers, both physically and symbolically. The idea of a clear foundation also created a standard for order. If Rome had been founded, it could also be renewed, reformed, or saved. The idea of a beginning implied the possibility of a new beginning. This cyclical conception of history profoundly shaped Rome's political thinking. The founding of Rome was therefore not a one-time act, but an ongoing process. Every expansion, every reform, every expansion tied in with the original founding myth. Rome saw itself as a city in the making, whose identity was nourished by the balance of tradition and adaptation. The special power of this story lies in the combination of archaeological reality and mythical narrative. It allows Rome to be understood as both a historical product and a symbolic project. The city is real and built, but also thought and told. Its establishment is as much an act of awareness as it is of settlement. This explains why the founding of Rome still fascinates today. It stands for the moment when a political entity emerges from scattered communities, when everyday life becomes history. It shows that cities don't just grow, they are made, through decisions, rituals, and shared ideas. The founding of Rome was not a peaceful Big Bang and not a mere myth. It was a complex process in which human needs, religious ideas, and political ambitions interacted. This connection gave rise to a city that saw itself as a bearer of order, and it was precisely from this that its extraordinary power of development derived. In the end, the question is not about the exact date, but about the meaning of this beginning. The founding of Rome marks the transition from multiplicity to unity, from neighborhood to state, from place to idea. In this idea lay the very foundation of Rome, a foundation strong enough to sustain centuries of change, crisis, and expansion. Chapter 8. The Sabine Sisters. The myth of the abduction of the Sabine women is one of the central narratives of early Roman history. It is at once disturbing and explanatory, violent and orderly, brutal and integrative. In no other founding story is it so clear how closely expansion, order, and community are linked in Roman thought. The myth tells not only of an act of violence, but of the emergence of a society of strangeness, conflict, and finally reconciliation. He explains how a new unity could emerge from separated communities, and why this process without sacrifice was not thought of. At the heart of the narrative is a structural problem of the young city. The early Roman community consisted mainly of men, warriors, shepherds, adventurers, and outcasts from other regions. This composition made the city militarily powerful, but socially unstable. Without women, there would be no families, no legitimate descendants, and no lasting future. The city was threatened, not from the outside, but from the inside, by its own incompleteness. The surrounding communities viewed Rome with suspicion. They saw the new settlement as an aggressive, unpredictable neighborhood. Marriage alliances were out of the question. The refusal of women was at the same time a refusal of political recognition. In the early world, marriage meant more than a private union. It was alliance, integration, and recognition at eye level. Rome remained excluded. Against this background, the myth tells of a planned festival to which the neighboring Sabines were invited. Music, games, and religious rituals were intended to create trust. In the midst of this apparent hospitality, the decisive act occurs. The Roman men seize the Sabine women and kidnap them. The act is organized, collective, and purposeful. It is not a spontaneous attack, but a calculated act to secure the future of the city. From a modern perspective, this act is clearly violence. Even in ancient tales, he is not portrayed as harmless. But the myth is less interested in individual guilt than in collective consequences. The kidnapping is the trigger for a process at the end of which there is integration. Violence does not appear as an end in itself, but as a means to create a state of order that seemed impossible to achieve otherwise. The reaction of the Sabines follows immediately. Indignation turns into war. Fathers, brothers, and husbands take up arms to bring back the stolen women and defend the honor of their community. The conflict quickly escalates and threatens to destroy the young city. Rome is facing its first existential test. The integration that was started by violence seems to end in total destruction. At this point, the myth takes its decisive turn. The Sabine women themselves step between the fronts. In the meantime, they have become wives, some of them mothers, integrated into the Roman community. In an impressive scene, they confront the fighters. They appeal to both sides to end the fight as they now belong to both communities. If the Romans kill the Sabines, they lose their fathers. If the Sabines kill the Romans, they lose their husbands. This scene is the moral core of the narrative. The women become active mediators between two hostile groups. They are no longer prey or object of political decisions, but acting subjects. Their dual affiliation makes them bridges between the communities. Peace does not come from victory, but from the recognition of new social realities. The war does not end with submission, but with fusion. Romans and Sabines join forces, share power and institutions. The new community is bigger, stronger, and more stable than before. The myth presents this outcome as a success. An expanded unit has emerged from the conflict. Integration is not presented as a loss, but as a gain. This narrative reveals a central principle of Roman self-interpretation. Community arises through inclusion, not exclusion. Foreigners are not permanently fought, but taken in, albeit under conditions set by Rome. The violence at the beginning is legitimized by order at the end. The myth thus retroactively explains Rome's expansive practice. Conquest does not lead to destruction, but to integration. The role of women in this story is particularly remarkable. While they are initially victims of a violent act, they later become bearers of peace and stability. Their ability to form new bonds and connect loyalties is portrayed as socially valuable. The narrative implicitly acknowledges that political order is not created by weapons alone, but by social relations. At the same time, ambivalence remains. The myth does not completely excuse violence, but it relativizes it by its outcome. The kidnapping is not reversed. The suffering is not addressed in detail. Instead, the focus is on the result, a larger, lasting community. This perspective corresponds to a Roman pragmatism, which judges actions according to their consequences, not according to abstract moral standards. The abduction of the Sabine women thus serves political self-legitimation. He explains why Rome was multicultural from the beginning, why its population consisted of different groups, and why integration was considered the norm. Rome was never ethnically homogeneous, but deliberately composed. The myth provides a primal scene that does not conceal this diversity, but explains it. The motif of marriage is also politically charged. Marriage is not a private act here, but an instrument of state building. Connecting families creates new loyalties that are stronger than old tribal ties. The family becomes the smallest unit of the state. This idea profoundly shapes Roman thinking about society. The myth also justifies early expansion. If Rome was dependent on the integration of foreign groups from the beginning, then later expansion does not appear as aggression, but as a continuation of a fundamental principle. Expansion does not mean destruction, but enlargement of the community. Those who fit in become part of the whole. Rome, however, always remains the regulating force. Integration does not take place at eye level, but under Roman rules. The myth does not completely disguise this asymmetry, but emphasizes its necessity. Order needs a center, and Rome has claimed this role from the very beginning. The Sabines are not wiped out, but they become part of a Roman-dominated system. The narrative also has an internal effect. She explains to the Romans themselves why their society is the way it is: diverse, conflict-ridden, but stable. It conveys that living together does not arise from harmony, but from the ability to combine opposites. The myth is thus not only external legitimation, but also inner self-assurance. In later Roman history, this narrative was taken up and reinterpreted again and again. It served as an example of successful integration, but also as a warning against uncontrolled violence. The balance between hardship and reconciliation remained a central theme of Roman politics. The myth offered an archetypal model for this. It is also noteworthy that the Sabine women do not return to their original communities in the end. Their new identity is permanent. This underlines the finality of integration. Whoever becomes part of Rome remains so. The past is not erased, but it is integrated into a new order. This idea of belonging was decisive for the stability of the Roman polity. The myth also explains why Rome attached importance to legal and institutional structures early on. When a community consists of different groups, it needs clear rules. Integration without order leads to chaos. The early emphasis on law, ritual, and hierarchy can also be understood against this background. In its entirety, the rape of the Sabine women tells an uncomfortable truth about the emergence of political order. He shows that community does not arise from idealism, but from conflict, coercion, and subsequent understanding. He does not romanticize the beginning, but makes it explainable. This is precisely where its power lies. In the end, there is no idol, but a functioning society. The myth does not claim that the path to get there was just, but that it seemed necessary. This sober view of power and order profoundly shapes Roman thought. Rome never saw itself as morally pure, but as effective and lasting. Thus, the abduction of the Sabine women becomes a key story of Roman identity. He explains why Rome grew, why it integrated, and why it did not shy away from conflict. It shows that unity can come from diversity, but only if someone is willing to pay the price and take responsibility. Hidden in this narrative is a fundamental self-image. Rome is a community that lives from opposites. Strangers become citizens, enemies become allies, violence becomes order. The myth of the Sabine women is therefore not a marginal motif, but a foundation. He explains how Rome became from the beginning what it would later be on a large scale, an empire of integration, founded on conflict, held together by order. Chapter 9. Romulus as the first king. In Roman tradition, Romulus is considered the first king and the actual founder of the Roman order. While earlier stories explain the origin of the city with divine providence, mythological descent, and symbolic violence, Romulus appears as a figure who exercises power in a concrete way. He is not only a founder, but an organizer, not only a victor in the conflict, but a legislator. His rule exemplifies a central principle of Roman thought: order does not arise by itself, but must be enforced, by force if necessary. Romulus is described as a military leader whose authority is based on personal strength, determination, and assertiveness. In a world marked by rivalry, insecurity, and external threats, Military competence was considered the most important prerequisite for leadership. Romulus embodied this competence in an ideal typical way. His power was not hereditarily legitimized or institutionally secured, but was confirmed by success. Those who could protect and win were allowed to rule. The early Roman community was not a homogeneous association, but a collection of different groups. Men of different backgrounds, social status, and experiences lived together, united by the decision to be part of the new city. This diversity made Rome strong, but also susceptible to conflict. Romulus' central task was to form a functional community from this heterogeneous crowd. Rule therefore meant above all organization. Among the first measures attributed to Romulus is the creation of basic political structures. He divided the population into groups, arranged responsibilities, and determined the first forms of assemblies. These structures were still simple, but they created reliability. Decisions were no longer made exclusively informally or situationally, but followed certain rules. This marked the beginning of the transition from personal leadership to institutionalized order. A central element of this order was the distinction between leaders and led. Romulus established an elite that acted in an advisory and guiding capacity. This group, later known as the Senate, was made up of distinguished men whose experience and backgrounds gave them authority. Even though power ultimately lay with the king, the Roman principle of shared responsibility was already evident here. Rule should not be arbitrary, but supported. At the same time, Romulus' rule was strongly influenced by military discipline. The young city had to hold its own, against neighbors, rivals, and potential enemies. War was not a state of emergency, but a permanent factor of political reality. Romulus therefore also organized the community as a military association. Every citizen was a potential soldier, and military duty became the basis of political affiliation. This combination of citizenship and military service had a lasting impact on the Roman self-image. Rights were inextricably linked to obligations. Anyone who wanted to be part of the community had to be prepared to defend it. Romulus's order was therefore not a mere administration, but a system of mutual obligations. Loyalty was expected, protection was granted. Romulus is also portrayed as a legislator. Even if these laws were not fixed in writing in the modern sense, they laid down norms of coexistence. They regulated property, family relationships, and social hierarchies. Particularly important was the emphasis on the authority of the head of household. The family became the smallest unit of the state, ordered according to clear power relations. Stability began in the private sphere. These laws were not egalitarian. The early Roman order was hierarchical, patriarchal, and strict. Inequality was not seen as a problem, but as a necessary structure. Romulus' task was not to establish justice in the abstract sense, but functionality. Order was only successful when it lasted and controlled conflicts. Violence played a central role in this. Romulus' rule is explicitly associated with harshness. Violations of the rules were punished. Authority was enforced by force if necessary. This harshness was not a sign of cruelty, but an expression of a worldview in which order without assertiveness was considered illusory. The early Roman community accepted violence as a legitimate means of political security. This is particularly evident in dealing with inner conflicts. Romulus did not tolerate open resistance to the new order. Unity was the ultimate goal, even if it had to be enforced. This attitude shaped the Roman understanding of the state for centuries. Division was considered the greatest danger, harmony the highest virtue, if necessary at the price of individual freedom. At the same time, Romulus' rule was not purely repressive. He knew how to reward loyalty and make belonging attractive. Strangers could be admitted as long as they submitted to the order. This openness to newcomers increased the population and strengthened the city's military and economic base. Integration thus became a conscious instrument of rule. Romulus' policy combined outward expansion with internal consolidation. Victories over neighbors led not only to booty, but to new citizens. The defeated could become part of the community, provided they fitted in. This model distinguished Rome from many other early communities that relied on exclusion or extermination. Romulus thus laid the foundation for an expansive but integrative order. The religious dimension of his rule should not be underestimated. Romulus did not act as a mere warlord, but as a leader legitimized by the gods. Rituals accompanied political decisions. Sacrifices secured divine approval. Religion served to stabilize domination by portraying order as part of a higher plan. Those who opposed Romulus questioned not only human authority, but divine order. This combination of religion, politics, and the military is characteristic of the early Roman period. Romulus embodied all three areas in one person. Only later were these functions to be more clearly separated. In the initial phase, concentration of power was necessary to establish order. The figure of the first king therefore stands for a transitional state between charismatic leadership and institutional rule. Romulus' death or disappearance is as ambiguous as his rule. Traditions report that he did not die a natural death, but was raptured or taken in by the gods. This idea gives his person a sacred dimension. The founder does not disappear, he passes into a higher order. In this way, his rule is legitimized and exaggerated retrospectively. Regardless of the historical reality, the symbolic meaning is crucial. Romulus stands for the moment when a community becomes a political order. His figure embodies the necessity of leadership, decision-making, and enforcement. He is not an idealized peacemaker, but a realistic founder of power. This is exactly where the Romans saw its greatness. The Roman memory of Romulus was not free of criticism or ambivalence. His violence was not concealed, his actions were not romanticized, but it was presented as necessary. The Romans told themselves this story to explain their own political culture. Strict laws, harsh punishments, and military discipline were considered a continuation of the original order. Romulus' reign thus marks the beginning of a long tradition in which power is understood functionally. Legitimacy comes from success, stability, and permanence, not from moral purity. This thinking shaped the Roman Republic as well as the later empire. The first king became the benchmark for political effectiveness. The later rejection of kingship in Rome can also be understood against this background. The Romans did not reject the order that Romulus had created, but the concentration of power in one person. His rule was considered necessary for the beginning, but not a permanent ideal. Nevertheless, he remained a role model for leadership in times of crisis. Romulus, as the first king, is therefore less a historical figure than a symbolic origin of political order. He explains why Rome placed order over harmony, why violence was considered legitimate, and why integration was always tied to submission. His figure stands for the beginning of a political culture based on discipline, duty, and assertiveness. In the end, what remains is the image of a founder who did not want to be loved, but had to be effective. Romulus embodies the claim that community can only exist where rules apply and are enforced. This conviction accompanied Rome throughout its history. From the order that Romulus founded, a community developed that was capable of growing, ruling, and surviving. Thus, Romulus stands at the beginning of Roman history not as a mild father, but as a tough architect of the state. His reign explains why Rome was never a city of innocence, but a city of order from the beginning. And it was precisely this order that became the basis of his extraordinary rise. Chapter 10. The Early Roman Institutions. The emergence of Rome as a political community was not only the work of individual rulers, but the result of gradual institutional construction. As early as the royal period, structures were formed that ordered, limited, and distributed power. These early institutions created reliability in a society that consisted of diverse groups and was characterized by constant uncertainty. The Senate, the People's Assembly, and religious offices did not emerge as theoretical constructs, but as practical answers to concrete problems of coexistence. The early Roman community faced a central challenge: how can leadership be secured without falling into arbitrariness, And how can order exist without being dependent solely on the strength of an individual? The response of the early Romans was not the abolition of rule, but its embedding in a network of tradition, advice, and ritual. Power should be exercised, but at the same time controlled. It was in this field of tension that Rome's fundamental institutions developed. The king was at the head of the community, but his power was never absolute. Even though he was military commander-in-chief, supreme judge and religious leader, he did not act in a vacuum. Its decisions had to fit into existing norms and were accompanied by other instances. It was precisely this integration that made royal rule more stable and acceptable. Rule was not understood as personal arbitrariness, but as part of an order. The Senate played a central role in this. It was composed of the oldest and most respected men in the community, mostly from the leading families. These men had experience, influence, and social authority. The Senate was not a parliament in the modern sense, but an advisory body. Nevertheless, it had considerable weight, as its approval or rejection could legitimize or delegitimize political decisions. The Senate embodied the idea of continuity. While kings came and went, the Senate remained. He preserved traditions, recalled earlier decisions, and ensured that new measures were embedded in existing structures. This role as a guardian of order made him a counterweight to the king's personal power. As a result, decisions became less impulsive and more oriented towards long-term interests. The existence of the Senate shows that Rome attached importance to collective responsibility early on. Even the most powerful ruler should not decide alone. Advice was not considered a weakness, but a prerequisite for good leadership. This principle had a lasting influence on Roman state thinking. Even in later centuries, the idea that power must be supplemented by advice and experience remained central. In addition to the Senate, the People's Assembly developed as another important element. In it, the free men of the community came together to decide on fundamental questions. These assemblies did not have extensive legislative powers, but they confirmed important decisions, such as the election of a king or decisions of great importance. This made the approval of the community visible. The People's Assembly gave legitimacy to political decisions. Domination should not only be strong, but recognized. The participation of the citizens created a feeling of shared responsibility. Even if the influence of the individual was limited, the assembly strengthened the cohesion of the community. It made it clear that Rome was more than the domain of a ruler. This early form of political participation was closely linked to military organization. Anyone who took part in the assembly was also subject to military service. Political rights were tied to military duties. This created a close connection between the citizenry and the defense. The community saw itself as a military association in which political affiliation meant responsibility. The People's Assembly also served as a place of public communication. Decisions were not made in secret, but announced to the community. This publicity created transparency and promoted trust. Conflicts could also become visible here before they escalated violently. In this sense, the assembly was an early instrument of social stabilization. A third central element of the early Roman institutions were the religious offices. In the early Roman period, religion was inseparably linked to politics. The gods were considered active forces whose benevolence decided on success or failure. Political decisions must therefore be religiously secured. Priests and cult officials took over this task. These religious offices were not mere masters of ceremonies. They had specialized knowledge, especially in the interpretation of divine signs. The flight of birds, sacrifices, and natural phenomena were considered messages from the gods. The correct interpretation of these signs was crucial for the legitimacy of political action. Anyone who acted against the divine will endanger the entire community. Through the institutionalization of religious offices, religious authority was partially separated from the person of the king. Although the king remained the supreme religious actor, he was dependent on the expertise of the priests. This dependence created a further limitation of his power. Decisions could be delayed, challenged, or rejected if there were religious concerns. Religion thus functioned as a force for order. It tied political decisions to rules, rituals, and traditions. At the same time, it offered an overarching standard that relativized human power. The king was not omnipotent, but subject to the gods. This idea created a form of control that went deeper than mere political opposition. The interplay between the king, the Senate, the People's Assembly, and religious offices formed a complex system. None of these entities could act alone in the long term. Power was distributed, albeit unequally. This distribution made the system resilient. If one person dropped out or failed, the structures remained in place. Order was not tied to individuals, but to institutions. It is precisely this early institutionalization that explains why Rome was later able to abolish royalty without plunging into chaos. The basic structures already existed. The transition to the Republic was not a radical break, but a rebalancing of existing elements. The king was removed, but the Senate, popular assembly, and religious order were preserved. The early institutions also fulfilled an important social function. They channeled conflicts that were inevitable in a growing community. Different interests could be articulated, negotiated, and in some cases, reconciled. Violence was not eliminated by this, but it was limited. Institutions offered alternatives to open conflict. The social hierarchy was also stabilized by these structures. Leading families dominated the Senate and religious offices, while ordinary citizens were mainly present in the popular assembly. Inequality was firmly anchored, but it was regulated. Everyone knew what place they occupied and what expectations were associated with it. This clarity contributed to stability. It is important that these institutions did not emerge as rigid entities. They developed gradually, adapted to new challenges. Their exact form was variable, but their basic principles were constant. Consultation, consent, and religious legitimacy remained central elements of political action. This flexibility made the system capable of learning. The early Roman order was therefore neither democratic in the modern sense nor purely autocratic. It was a hybrid system that combined elements of personal leadership with collective control. It was precisely this mixture that proved to be successful. It made it possible to act decisively without alienating the community. In the long term, these institutions profoundly shaped Roman thinking about state and politics. The idea that power had to be limited, shared, and ritualized remained central. Later forms of rule also took up these principles, even if they changed or undermined them. The institutional framework of the royal period had an impact far beyond her. The early Roman institutions show that Rome was more than a military community from the beginning. It was a political project that wanted to create order without relying solely on violence. Structures, rituals, and counseling formed a counterbalance to raw power. This balance was an essential prerequisite for later success. It can be said that the foundations of the Roman Republic were not laid with the fall of the kings. They were already created in the royal period, out of the need to organize a diverse community permanently. The Senate, the People's Assembly, and religious offices were answers to concrete challenges, and at the same time the nucleus of a political culture that was to carry Rome for centuries. In the end, there is a picture of an early city that had learned to structure power, not through ideals, but through institutions. This ability to bring order, to limit rule, and to integrate different forces became one of Rome's greatest advantages. It gave rise to a political tradition that lasted far beyond the early days and permanently shaped the character of the Roman state. Chapter 11. Numa, Pompilius, and Religion. After the violent, military-dominated initial phase of Rome, the figure of Numa Pompilius marks a deliberate antithesis. While Romulus stood for foundation, war, and assertiveness, Numa embodies peace, order, and religious structure. In Roman memory, he appears less as a conqueror than as a designer of the interior, as a ruler who did not work through weapons but through rituals, laws, and piety. Numa marks the beginning of the phase in which religion becomes the supporting element of state order. Tradition portrays Numa as a man of prudence and wisdom. He is said to have come not from Rome itself, but from a Sabine environment and was deliberately chosen as a balance to his warlike predecessor. This origin is symbolically significant. It underlines the integrative character of the early Roman community and points to the fact that peace and order do not arise from inner uniformity, but from balance. Numa is not brought to power by force, but by consent and trust. This story alone makes clear the role religion played in his rule. Numa appears as a ruler who subordinates himself to the divine will and derives his authority from it. Decisions are not made out of personal ambition, but are presented as an interpretation of divine order. This fundamentally changes the understanding of power. Rule is no longer understood primarily as an ability to assert oneself, but as a responsibility towards gods and community. Numa's central contribution lies in the organization of religious life. Numerous cults, rituals, and priestly offices are attributed to him, which permanently shaped the Roman community. Religion is no longer understood as a loose collection of customs, but is systematically ordered. Festivals are given fixed dates, rituals clear procedures, responsibilities are defined. This order creates reliability in a world that is characterized by uncertainty. Importantly, religion becomes a public affair under Numa. It is no longer primarily a matter for individual families or local traditions, but part of the state. Public rituals bind the community together and create common points of reference. Those who take part in the same festivals, offer the same sacrifices, and acknowledge the same gods belong to the community. Religion thus becomes an instrument of social integration. Numa is said to have introduced or ordered numerous priestly offices. These offices were not mere honorary positions, but were associated with concrete tasks. Priests supervised rituals, preserved religious knowledge, and interpreted divine signs. Their authority was based on expertise, not military power. This created a new form of influence that existed alongside and limited royal and military authority. A crucial aspect of this religious order is its disciplining effect. Rituals follow fixed rules. Mistakes are considered dangerous. Repetition is necessary. This strictness is transferred to political thinking. Order, accuracy, and respect for fixed processes become virtues. Religion thus shapes not only the relationship to the gods, but also the self-image of the community. Under Numa, peace is deliberately emphasized. Tradition emphasizes that Rome did not wage wars during his reign. Whether this is historically true is secondary. The symbolic statement is decisive. Peace is not considered a weakness, but a sign of divine favor and inner order. War is not abolished, but it is understood as a state of emergency that requires religious justification. This idea has far-reaching consequences. When war is no longer a matter of course, but must be ritually legitimized, a moral barrier arises. Violence is not prevented, but it is embedded in a normative framework. Religion acts here as a regulating force that slows down, reflects, and justifies political decisions. This contributes to the stability of the community. Numa is also associated with the order of the calendar. The division of time into religious and secular days structures the everyday life of the citizens. Certain days are suitable for political or legal actions, while others are not. Time itself thus becomes part of the order. The state intervenes in the rhythm of life and gives it structure. This regulation creates predictability and orientation. The calendar is more than an organizational tool. It combines cosmic order with human action. Festivals commemorate divine deeds, sacrifices secure goodwill, repetitions create continuity. Through this cyclical structure, history is understood as part of a larger context. The community experiences itself embedded in an order that reaches beyond individual life. The law is also influenced by religion. Under Numa, rules are created that are supported not only by royal authority, but by divine sanction. Oaths, and vows are gaining in importance. Anyone who violates a law violates not only human order, but divine commandments. This connection significantly increases the binding nature of rules. It is important that Numa is not portrayed as a fanatical priest-king. His religiosity is pragmatic and orderly, not ecstatic. Rituals serve to stabilize, not to arouse. The gods are understood to be predictable, as long as their rules are observed. This sober religiosity fits well with Roman thought, which values control and functionality. Numa's religious order also creates space for political development. By embedding power religiously, it is also limited. The king cannot disregard divine norms without jeopardizing his legitimacy. Priests and rituals act as a corrective. This creates an early system of power balance that is not based on opposition, but on tradition and faith. In the long term, this connection between religion and state proves to be extraordinarily stable. Even when Rome later abolished royalty and developed republican structures, the religious order remained. Offices, rituals, and calendars are taken over and continued. Religion proves to be a constant framework that outlasts political changes. The figure of Numas also serves as a moral standard in Roman memory. In times of political crisis or inner turmoil, he is referred to as an ideal ruler who created order without violence. His rule becomes the antithesis of tyrannical power. This also gives religion a normative function. It stands for moderation, balance, and self-limitation. At the same time, Numa is not idealized as an unworldly ascetic. He is not an opponent of state power, but its organizer. Religion does not serve to escape from the world, but to order it. This combination of piety and statehood is characteristic of Rome. It distinguishes Roman religion from purely spiritual or mystical traditions. Tradition emphasizes that many religious rules of Numa's are of divine origin. He had received instructions directly from a divine authority. This narrative reinforces the authority of the created order. What is divinely founded eludes human arbitrariness. At the same time, it exonerates the ruler. He does not invent the rules, but communicates them. This idea strengthens trust in the institutions. When rituals and offices are considered divinely legitimized, they are not perceived as mere instruments of power. They appear to be necessary and sensible. This creates acceptance, even where rules mean restrictions. Religion acts as a social bonding agent. Numa thus stands for a decisive phase in early Roman history. The city is developing from a military community to a structured community. Order is no longer secured only by strength, but by regularity, ritual, and shared values. This development makes Rome resilient to internal tensions and external changes. The long-term significance of this phase can hardly be overestimated. The Roman ability to put religion at the service of the state without completely instrumentalizing it is one of the foundations of its success. Religion creates meaning, order, and legitimacy, three factors that are essential for a growing community. At the end, there is the image of a ruler who does not work through conquest, but through structure. Numa Pompilius embodies the insight that permanence does not arise from power alone, but from order, acceptance, and common orientation. His rule shows that peace is not a state of weakness, but the result of functioning institutions. Thus, in Roman memory, Numa becomes the father of the religious order, the founder of that close connection between state and cult that Rome was to carry for centuries. Its significance lies less in individual measures than in the basic idea that political power remains unstable without religious legitimacy. This insight is a central element of Roman statecraft, one that had an impact far beyond the royal period and laid the foundation for Rome's later development. Chapter 12. Tullus Hostilius and the War. With the figure of Tullus Hostilius, a ruler appears again in early Roman history who embodies a conscious antithesis to his predecessor. After the phase of religious order and internal pacification, Rome is once again oriented towards expansion, military discipline, and external enforcement. In tradition, Tullus Hostilius stands for the warlike side of Rome, for the belief that political development, security, and size are inseparable from military strength. His rule marks a phase in which war is not understood as a disturbance of order, but as a legitimate and necessary means of state development. Roman memory portrays Tullus as an energetic, determined ruler who deliberately ended the peaceful phase of his predecessor. This representation is to be understood less as a historical sequence than as a symbolic variety. The early Romans explained their own history as a sequence of necessary opposites: peace and war, order and expansion, ritual and violence. Tullus embodies the insight that a community cannot exist permanently without military probation. Rome was not a secure power at that time. The city was surrounded by competing communities that wanted to assert their own existence. Alliances were fragile, agreements temporary, loyalties changeable. In such an environment, weakness could threaten existence. Roman tradition interprets Tullus' politics as a reaction to this reality. War does not appear as aggression, but as precaution. A central feature of his rule is the emphasis on military discipline. Tullus is described as a ruler who systematically organizes the army, promotes exercises, and demands obedience. Military order becomes the basis of political order. Those who can obey in war, according to the implicit logic, will also accept rules in peace. Discipline is therefore not only a military virtue, but a social principle. Under Tullus, the idea of expansion gained weight. Rome is no longer content with securing the status quo, but is actively seeking to expand its influence. This expansion is not presented as an arbitrary conquest, but as a necessary step to secure resources, prestige, and stability. In Roman self-interpretation, growth is a means of avoiding threat. Particularly formative is the idea that war is subject to a legal and ritual order. Even though Tullus is considered a warlike king, war is not understood as a chaotic act of violence. He follows rules, explanations, and ritual forms. This embedding of violence in order is characteristic of Roman thought. War is legitimate if it is considered just, necessary, and correctly carried out. Tradition emphasizes that Tullus paid less attention to religious norms than his predecessor. This presentation serves as a moral contrast, but at the same time shows an important tension in Roman state thinking. Too much peace can appear as a danger if it leads to the neglect of military vigilance. Tullus' reign is thus understood as a correction, not as a rupture. Under Tullus, war is also understood as a means of internal consolidation. Joint military undertakings strengthen the cohesion of the community. They create clear roles, shared experiences, and collective identity. Military service connects citizens across social differences. War thus becomes a social integration mechanism. This view explains why military success in Rome led to political prestige early on. Rulers and leaders legitimized their position through victories. Success on the battlefield was seen as a visible proof of divine favor and personal prowess. Tullus embodies this connection between military success and political authority in an exemplary way. At the same time, his rule shows the dangers of a one-sided orientation towards war. Tradition suggests that neglect of religious duties and ritual order can have long-term consequences. This presentation serves less historical criticism than moral balance. Rome understood its history as an interplay of different principles, not as linear progress. Under Tullus, it becomes clear that war as a means of political development is firmly anchored in Roman thought. Territorial expansion, integration of defeated communities, and the enforcement of order are closely linked. War is not an end in itself, but part of a larger process of state consolidation. This view was to accompany Rome for centuries. The connection between war and law is important. Expansion also requires order. Defeated people are not necessarily destroyed, but often incorporated. Military victory creates the prerequisite for political integration. This combination of toughness and involvement distinguishes Rome from many other early communities and contributes significantly to its later stability. The reign of Tullus also illustrates the importance of military leadership for the development of Roman institutions. Discipline, chains of command and responsibility in the army influence political structures. The ability to organize and coordinate large groups becomes the model of state administration. War thus acts as an engine of institutional development. The relationship between ruler and community is also shaped by the war. The king appears as the commander-in-chief, whose authority is not questioned in an emergency. Obedience is essential for survival. This experience shapes the Roman understanding of leadership. In times of crisis, clear decisions and central power are needed. At the same time, this power remains limited. Tullus is also embedded in existing institutions and traditions. The Senate and religious order continue to exist, even if they are less emphasized. War does not replace order, but complements it. This balance is crucial for the Roman understanding of the state. The memory of Tullus Hostilius fulfills a didactic function in Roman historical narrative. It shows that peace alone is not enough, and that a community must be prepared to defend its interests by force if necessary. At the same time, she warns that war without measure and order is dangerous. The right mix of military strength and institutional stability becomes the ideal. This narrative has an impact far beyond the royal period. In the Roman Republic and the Empire, war is repeatedly presented as a necessary means of ensuring security, order, and prosperity. The figure of Tullus provides an early reference point for this. It makes war a legitimate component of political development. Particularly formative is the idea that military discipline has a moral quality. Obedience, sacrifice, and a sense of duty are considered virtues that are in demand not only in war, but in the entire life of the state. Tullus stands for these values in their original unmediated form. The warlike character of his rule also explains the later Roman readiness not to shy away from conflict. Rome developed an early self-image as a community that shows strength to secure peace. This paradoxical logic, peace through war, is deeply rooted in Roman thought and can be traced back to early times. At the same time, Roman historiography remains critical enough to problematize one-sidedness. Tullus is not idealized, but portrayed as a necessary but limited type of ruler. His role is important, but not conclusive. War must be followed by order, expansion must be followed by integration. This sequence shapes the Roman idea of history. The reign of Tullus Hostilius thus shows how Rome declared itself as a community that is willing to fight to survive and that understands war as a tool of political formation. This view is neither purely defensive nor blindly aggressive, but functional. War has a purpose, and that purpose is order. At the end, there is a picture of a ruler who sharpens Rome's military identity. Tullus Hostilius embodies the conviction that power must be visible, enforceable, and organized. His rule adds a decisive dimension to the religious and institutional order of the early period, the willingness to use violence as a means of state development. In this combination of order, discipline, and expansion lies a core of Roman history. The war under Tullus is not the exception, but part of the path. He makes it understandable why Rome was later able to grow permanently, to rule and to carry its order over large spaces. Rome's warlike side is no coincidence, but part of its identity from the very beginning. Chapter 13. Ancus Marcius and the Trade. With Ancus Marcius, early Roman history reaches a new phase in which military strength, religious order, and economic development are combined. In tradition, Ancus Marcius is regarded as a ruler who brought together the opposites of his predecessors. He was neither exclusively warlike like Tullus Hostilius, nor primarily religious ordering like Numa Pompilius. Instead, he embodies a pragmatic type of rule that recognized that lasting power cannot be based solely on weapons or rituals, but on an economic basis, infrastructure, and controlled opening to the outside world. Until its time, Rome had established itself as a militarily capable and institutionally structured community. But this order was fragile as long as it remained economically limited. Agriculture alone was not enough to sustain growth, population growth, and military operations in the long term. Ancus' significance lies in the fact that he recognized this structural boundary and deliberately crossed it. Under his rule, Rome began to organize itself systematically economically, and to make strategic use of its geographical location. Central to this development was access to the sea. Until then, Rome was mainly a landlocked city, whose contacts were limited to Lazio and neighboring regions. Ancus realized that the river on which Rome was located was not only a border or traffic route on a small scale, but a connection to the Mediterranean region. The expansion of port facilities at the mouth of the river created permanent access to super-regional trade for the first time. Rome thus opened up to a world that reached far beyond Lazio. This opening had profound consequences. Trade brought not only goods, but also ideas, techniques, and cultural influences. Through the exchange with other regions, new goods came to Rome, but also new ideas of organization, craftsmanship, and way of life. Ancus's politics therefore marked a turning point. Rome began to see itself as part of a larger Mediterranean context. The economic expansion went hand in hand with infrastructural measures. Roads, bridges, and fortifications were improved or newly built. Infrastructure was not an end in itself, but a prerequisite for control, trade, and military mobility. Ancus understood that economic development only works in the long term where order, security, and accessibility are guaranteed. Trade and the military complement each other instead of being mutually exclusive. At the same time, Ancus remained a ruler capable of acting militarily. Economic opening did not mean weakness, but required protection. Trade routes had to be secured, new settlements defended, and political interests enforced. Ancus therefore combined economic expansion with a military presence. This combination later became a basic principle of Roman politics. Economic interests are protected, by force if necessary. It is particularly important that economic expansion also entailed social changes. Trade brought new populations to Rome: traders, craftsmen, sailors, and foreigners. The city became more diverse, more socially complex, and less manageable. Ancus' reign thus stands for a phase of increasing urbanization. Rome was no longer just a community of peasants and warriors, but developed into a city with differentiated functions. This development required new forms of integration. Foreigners had to be integrated into the existing order without destabilizing it. Ancus relied on well-known Roman principles: admission under clear conditions, legal assignment, and military obligation. Economic openness did not go hand in hand with political arbitrariness. Rome remained ordering and controlling. The expansion of trade also changed Rome's relationship with its neighbors. Economic strength increased political influence. Rome became more attractive as an ally, but also more dangerous as a competitor. Trade relations could diffuse conflicts, but also create new tensions. Ancus' politics deliberately moved in this area of tension. He used economic means to expand power without having to rely on constant wars. Roman tradition emphasizes that Ancus respected religious traditions and at the same time acted pragmatically. This combination was decisive for the acceptance of his policies. Economic change could be perceived as a threat if it challenged existing order. The change was legitimized by religious integration and invocation of tradition. Innovations did not appear as a rupture, but as a continuation of the Roman order under new conditions. Another important aspect is the long-term impact of this policy. With the opening to the Mediterranean, Ancus laid the foundation for Rome's later rise to become a trading and power metropolis. Even though Rome was still far from an empire, a new self-image emerged under his rule. The city began to think beyond its immediate surroundings and to understand economic networking as a source of strength. This development also changed political thinking. Power was no longer defined exclusively in military terms, but increasingly economically. Control over resources, trade routes, and infrastructure became more important. Ancus thus stands for an expansion of the Roman concept of power. Strength meant not only victory in war, but also the ability to organize complex economic processes. The combination of military security and economic expansion shows remarkable pragmatism. Ancus did not pursue an ideological vision of trade or peace, but acted out of necessity. Rome had to grow to survive, and growth required new funds. This sober logic has a lasting influence on Roman state thinking. The economic upswing also had consequences domestically. New sources of prosperity changed social hierarchies. Ownership, trade and craftsmanship gained in importance alongside land ownership and military fame. This shift created tensions, but also new opportunities. Rome became more socially dynamic, albeit more conflictual. Ancus' reign can therefore be understood as a transitional phase. Rome remains a warrior society, but develops into a trading city. This dual identity was to shape Roman history. Rome never became exclusively a trading power or a purely military power, but combined the two in a unique way. The Roman memory of Ancus is correspondingly balanced. He does not appear as a heroic conqueror or wise lawgiver, but as a practical designer. Its significance lies less in individual spectacular acts than in structural changes. He created conditions that later seemed self-evident, but were novel in his time. It is particularly important that Ancus did not understand the opening of Rome as a loss of control. Trade was not left to its own devices, but embedded in state order. Infrastructure, protection and regulation were prerequisites for economic freedom. This attitude shaped the Roman relationship to the economy until the imperial era. The market, yes, but under state control. The stronger focus on the Mediterranean region also changed cultural perception. Rome began to see itself as part of a larger world. Foreign customs, goods and ideas became known without dissolving one's own identity. This ability to selectively absorb foreign influences was one of Rome's greatest strengths. Ancus Marcius thus stands for a decisive expansion of Roman possibilities. He shows that power is not one-dimensional, but arises from the interplay of the military, order, religion, and economy. His rule adds a new dimension to the previous phases of Rome's development without replacing them. In the end, it can be said that the foundation stone for Rome's later role in the Mediterranean region was laid under Ancus Marcius. The expansion of trade and infrastructure made Rome compatible with superregional networks. This connectivity was later to become a prerequisite for imperial expansion. Roman history is hardly conceivable without this step. Military strength alone would have kept Rome isolated, religious order alone would have frozen it. It was only the combination with economic opening that created dynamism. Ancus recognized this need early on and acted accordingly. Thus, Ancus Marcius embodies a type of ruler who may seem less dramatic in Roman memory, but is of enormous importance. He stands for the insight that durability comes from networking. Under his rule, Rome opened up to the sea, and thus to the world. Chapter 14. The Etruscan Supremacy. With the phase of Etruscan domination, Rome enters a new stage of development. The city, which had previously been characterized by Latin traditions, military expansion, and gradual institutional development, is now coming under the influence of a highly developed neighboring culture. This phase does not mean a break with the previous development, but a profound transformation. Etruscan kings brought new forms of power, representation, and organization to Rome, turning a grown settlement into an increasingly urban, politically complex city. The Etruscans had a long tradition of urban culture. Their cities were planned, fortified, and representatively designed. As Etruscan influence increased in Rome, so did the appearance of the city. Rome began to see itself no longer only as a community of citizens and warriors, but as a visible center of power. Urbanity became an expression of political order. This change is particularly evident in the architecture. Monumental buildings, public squares, and cultic sites were built or expanded. Buildings no longer served only practical purposes, but had a symbolic function. Size, durability, and visibility became political messages. The city itself became the medium of power. With the Etruscan kings, a new form of staging power also arrived. Power was no longer legitimized solely by personal authority or military success, but increasingly by symbols, rituals, and external signs. Insignia such as special robes, staffs or thrones made rule visible and distinguishable. The king became a public figure, whose authority was reflected in the cityscape. This new form of representation changed the relationship between ruler and community. Rule became more distant, formalized, and more ritualized. The king no longer appeared as the first among equals, but as a clearly demarcated authority. This distance created awe, but also a new political dynamic. Power seemed greater, but at the same time less personal. The Etruscan domination also brought with it a greater centralization of political decisions. Administration, construction projects, and religious organization required coordination and planning. Rome developed structures that went beyond immediate personal ties. Political complexity increased, as did the dependence on specialized functions and offices. Religion played a particularly important role in this phase. The Etruscans had a distinct system of religious interpretation that was deeply involved in political decision-making processes. This practice was adopted and reinforced in Rome. Rituals, omens, and divine approval were given greater weight. Politics was not only decided, but interpreted. This religious penetration of politics strengthened royal authority. When decisions were considered divinely legitimized, dissent became more difficult. At the same time, however, new forms of institutional control emerged. Priests and religious specialists gained influence because they had the necessary knowledge. Power was thus not only concentrated, but also networked. The urbanization of Rome had profound social consequences. The growing city attracted new populations: craftsmen, traders, construction workers, and foreigners. The social structure became more diverse and confusing. Traditional ties to family and origin lost their importance, while new forms of dependence and belonging emerged. This development increased the need for order. Rules had to be standardized, rooms organized, and conflicts settled. The Etruscan rule reacted to this with clearer structures and visible authority. Monumental buildings served not only for representation, but also for organization. Temples, squares, and public buildings created fixed points of reference in the urban space. The self-image of the Roman elite also changed. Leadership no longer meant only military bravery or religious piety, but also the ability to represent. Public appearances, construction projects, and rituals became means of political competition. Power was shown in the ability to mobilize resources and make them visible. The Etruscan domination also increased social inequality. Monumental projects and luxurious representation were expressions of wealth and influence. Not all parts of the population benefited equally from this development. Tensions between ruling families and the wider citizenry increased. These tensions would later play an important role in the transition to the Republic. At the same time, the Etruscan phase brought Rome technical and organizational knowledge that was invaluable in the long term. Construction methods, urban planning, and infrastructure developed considerably. Drainage systems, road construction, and public facilities improved living conditions and economic performance. These material foundations contributed decisively to the stability of the city. Politically, Rome was more closely integrated into regional power structures during this phase. The proximity to Etruscan centers opened up new alliances, but also dependencies. Rome was no longer just an actor in Lazio, but part of a larger political structure. This involvement sharpened political awareness and promoted diplomatic skills. Etruscan domination also changed the perception of royalty. The king was understood less as a communal leader and more as a sacredly legitimized ruler. This development increased the stability of the rule on the one hand, and the danger of abuse of power on the other. The increasing distance between rulers and ruled created new potential for conflict. In Roman memory, this phase was later assessed ambivalently. On the one hand, it was considered a time of progress, urbanization, and cultural enrichment. On the other hand, it was associated with foreign rule, excess, and loss of traditional values. This ambivalence shaped the later Roman relationship to royalty as a whole. Most importantly, Etruscan domination allowed Rome to mature politically. The city learned to deal with complex power structures, to stage authority, and to organize large communities. These experiences were decisive for the later development of republican institutions. Without the phase of concentrated representative power, the deliberate step to limit power would hardly have been conceivable. The monumentalization of public space also had a symbolic long-term effect. Rome began to see itself as a permanent entity. Stone replaced perishable materials. Buildings lasted for generations. This visibility of permanence shaped the city's self-image. Rome increasingly saw itself as something permanent, not just as a momentary community. The political culture also changed permanently. Public rituals, formalized processes, and clear hierarchies became a matter of course. Politics became a public spectacle with fixed roles. This staging made power more predictable, but also more distant. The gap between those in power and those governed grew. At the same time, this development created the prerequisite for criticism. The more visible power became, the more it could be questioned. The memory of earlier, less hierarchical forms of leadership remained alive. The contrast between the old closeness to the community and the new monarchical splendor sharpened the awareness of the limitation of power. The Etruscan domination is therefore to be understood as a phase of productive tension. It brought Rome progress, urbanity, and political complexity, but also new problems. In the long term, this tension gave rise to the will to reorganize power. The experiences with representative monarchy laid the foundation for republican ideas. At the end of this phase, there was a city that was larger, richer, and more structured than before. Rome was no longer a village association, but an urban power with regional appeal. The political instruments developed during this period remained effective even after the end of the royal period. The Etruscan domination was thus not an episode of heteronomy, but a formative phase of Roman history. It made Rome urban, visible, and politically sophisticated. The city learned to represent and organize power, and thus unconsciously prepared itself for the next step, the conscious limitation of this power. Thus, this epoch can be understood as a necessary stage on the path of Rome. Without the Etruscan kings, there would be no monumental city, no distinct political symbolism, and no heightened awareness of the dangers of concentrated rule. The Etruscan domination made Rome larger, and at the same time created the conditions for Rome to decide one day that it no longer wanted kings. Chapter 15. Tarquinius Priscus. With the reign of Tarquinius Priscus, the Etruscan influence in Rome reached a visible and structurally formative peak. In Roman tradition, his reign is regarded as a phase of intensive urbanization, institutional consolidation, and political consolidation. Under Tarquinius Priscus, Rome grew not only in power, but above all in shape. The city became visible, plannable, and permanent, a decisive step on the way from a grown settlement to an urban capital. Tarquinius Priscus is described as a ruler who did not emerge from the traditional Latin nobility, but owed his power to an Etruscan environment. This background is of central importance for understanding his politics. It explains not only the cultural impulses of his rule, but also the resistance it later provoked. In Roman memory, Tarquinius Priscus embodies the moment in which foreign influences were not only adopted selectively, but systematically integrated into the state order. A central feature of his rule is the promotion of large-scale construction projects. Under Tarquinius Priscus, Rome began to define itself architecturally. Public buildings, temples, and infrastructure measures changed the cityscape permanently. These construction projects were not only functional, but deliberately representative. They were intended to make power, order, and permanence visible. The city itself became an expression of political authority. The expansion of public spaces played a decisive role in this. Squares, meeting places, and places of worship created new centers of urban life. Politics, religion, and the public moved closer together. Decisions were no longer made exclusively in small circles, but within the framework of formalized spaces and rituals. This development increased political transparency, but also the symbolic effect of rule. It is particularly significant that Tarquinius not only had Priscus built, but also understood the building as a political instrument. Monuments demonstrated control over resources, manpower, and time. Those who were able to establish lasting structures demonstrated power over generations. This idea of permanence profoundly shaped the Roman self-image and was later to become a trademark of Roman rule. In addition to structural development, Tarquinius Priscus also promoted political institutions. Existing structures have been expanded, differentiated, and formalized. The political order became more complex, responsibilities clearer. This institutionalization made rule less dependent on the person of the king and more dependent on permanent rules and offices. Even though the king remained at the center, the political system gained independence. An important aspect of this development is the strengthening of advisory bodies. The involvement of experienced men in decision-making processes increased the acceptance of royal measures. Counseling became a fixed practice, not just a voluntary supplement. This form of power sharing corresponded to Etruscan traditions and found fertile ground in Rome. It helped to secure political decisions in the long term. At the same time, Tarquinius Priscus strengthened the symbolic dimension of rule. Insignia, ceremonies, and public appearances became more important. The king no longer appeared only as a military leader or judge, but as a sacredly legitimized figure. This staging increased the distance between ruler and ruled, but also created awe and stability. Power became visible and thus tangible. This new form of rule had ambivalent consequences. On the one hand, it enabled more efficient management of a growing city. On the other hand, it created tensions as it challenged traditional notions of equality and communality. The king increasingly stepped out of the community and over it. This development prepared the ground for later criticism of royalty. Under Tarquinius Priscus, Rome became much more urban. The city grew not only spatially, but also functionally. Crafts, trade, and administration gained in importance. The social structure became more differentiated. New elites emerged. Existing power relations shifted. This dynamic made Rome more efficient, but also more conflictual. The Etruscan influence is also evident in the combination of religion and politics. Cultic acts accompanied political decisions. Building projects were religiously legitimized. Temple building and state worship went hand in hand. This union strengthened the king's authority, as he acted as an intermediary between divine order and human community. Religion became an instrument of state stabilization. At the same time, religious expertise gained in importance. Priests and cult officials were given a firm place in the political structure. Their expertise was necessary to perform rituals correctly and to interpret divine signs. This created an additional layer of political control. The king was powerful, but not omniscient. He was dependent on institutional knowledge. Militarily, Rome remained capable of acting under Tarquinius Priscus. Expansion and securing of the sphere of influence continued, but became more embedded in political and economic goals. War served not only to defend or conquer, but also to secure resources for construction projects and infrastructure. Military power supported urban development. This combination of war, construction, and politics is characteristic of the reign of Tarquinius Priscus. It shows a holistic understanding of power. Strength is not only expressed in victory over enemies, but in the ability to make order visible and permanently anchor it. Rome began to see itself as a city of super-regional importance. Roman tradition emphasizes that under Tarquinius Priscus the cityscape took on a clear shape for the first time. Rome became recognizable as a center, no longer just as a collection of settlements. This condensation created identity. Citizens could refer to specific places where politics, religion, and community could be experienced. Urbanity became the bearer of Roman self-confidence. At the same time, this development intensified social antagonisms. Large-scale projects require manpower, organization, and control. Not everyone benefited equally from the new order. Dependencies increased, traditional structures were broken up. These tensions initially remained controllable, but were to gain political significance in the long term. The reign of Tarquinius Priscus therefore stands for a decisive step in early Roman history. It marks the transition from a politically functional community to a consciously designed city. Rome became visible, monumental, and complex. This development was a prerequisite for the later development of power, but also for later conflicts. In Roman memory, Tarquinius Priscus is portrayed as a successful, but also foreign-influenced ruler. His achievements are recognized, his influence is respected, but his origins remain emphasized. This ambivalence reflects the Roman relationship to the Etruscan heritage, gratitude for progress, but also the need for demarcation. In the long term, his rule had an effect far beyond the royal period. The institutions, building forms, and power techniques promoted under him were retained, even when royalty was abolished. The Republic inherited a city that would not have been conceivable without the Etruscan phase. Rome was able to abolish kings because it had previously learned to think in institutional structures. Tarquinius Priscus thus symbolizes the moment when Rome began to consciously shape itself. Power was planned, represented, and organized. The city became a political instrument. This ability to self-form became one of Rome's greatest strengths. In the end, it can be said that Tarquinius Priscus worked less through individual decisions than through the direction of his rule. He made Rome urban, visible, and politically sophisticated. His reign exemplifies the Etruscan influence that shaped Rome without dominating it. From this phase emerged a city that was ready to take the next step. The monuments, institutions, and forms of power that emerged under Tarquinius Priscus formed the basis for everything that followed. Rome was no longer just a city in the making, but a city with a claim to permanence, a claim that was to have a decisive influence on further history. Chapter 16. The construction of Rome. The construction of Rome marks one of the most decisive turning points in the city's early history. With streets, temples, public squares, and drainage systems, Rome transformed itself from a loose collection of settlements to an urban center with a clear structure, permanent shape, and political aspirations. Building was much more than a technical necessity. Architecture became an expression of power, order, and self-image. The city began to inscribe its political identity in stone, space, and infrastructure. In the early period, Rome had grown primarily functionally. Hills offered shelter, the river supply, and transport facilities. Houses were built where it was practicable, without an overarching plan. But with an increasing population, growing political complexity, and stronger external influence, this organic growth was no longer sufficient. The city had to be shaped. The construction of Rome was therefore a deliberate act of political organization. A central problem of the early city was the topography. Swamps, floods, and unpaved roads made movement, trade, and hygiene difficult. The expansion of drainage systems was therefore one of the most important measures. By draining low-lying areas, new rooms were made usable. What had previously been considered an obstacle became the center of public life. This technical achievement not only changed the cityscape, but also the social structure, as new areas were created for markets, meetings, and buildings. Road construction played an equally central role. Paths not only connected different parts of the city, but also created order in the space. Roads make movement predictable, direct traffic flows, and enable control. They connected residential areas with places of worship, markets, and political centers. With the construction of the road, the city became legible. Space was given meaning, direction, and hierarchy. These roads were not random paths, but deliberately laid out axes. They structured urban life and promoted economic activity. Traders, craftsmen, and visitors alike used it. Due to the expansion of transport routes, Rome became a hub, not only within the city, but also in the region. Urbanity now meant accessibility. Temples were among the most visible elements of early Roman architecture. They were religious centers, but at the same time political symbols. The construction of temples signaled divine favor and state order. Temples were places of community where rituals took place that made it possible to experience the city as a unit. Its location, size, and design were an expression of political priorities. The concentration of places of worship in urban areas strengthened the connection between religion and state. Gods were not abstract, but spatially present. Political decisions were made in their vicinity, victories were celebrated, crises overcome. Architecture created closeness between divine order and human community. As a result, political power gained sacral legitimacy. Public squares developed into other central elements of the city. They were places of exchange, assembly, and publicity. Here, politics was visible, justice was dispensed, and community was experienced. The construction of such squares presupposed that space was understood as a common good, not just as private property. Urbanity meant dividing and ordering space. With these building projects, a new relationship between the individual and the city emerged. Life no longer took place only in the family or local environment, but increasingly in public spaces. The city became a stage for social action. Citizens met each other as part of a larger community. Architecture formed social relationships. The construction of Rome required enormous resources. Manpower, material, and organization had to be mobilized. This mobilization was itself an expression of power. Those who could build showed control over people and resources. Construction projects were therefore always political demonstrations. They showed that the leadership was able to plan and execute long-term projects. These building activities also changed the relationship between rulers and ruled. Large projects require obedience, cooperation, and discipline. At the same time, they offered employment, protection, and identity. Citizens could identify with the visible achievements of the city. Architecture created loyalty, but also dependency. The urbanization of Rome led to a greater differentiation of urban life. Crafts, construction, and administration gained in importance. New professions emerged, existing ones became specialized. The city became a complex organism with different functions. This differentiation increased performance, but also susceptibility to conflicts. A crucial aspect of early Roman building is its durability. In contrast to earlier, ephemeral structures, materials were now used that were designed to last. Stone replaced wood, solid foundations replaced provisional buildings. This permanence was a deliberate statement. Rome no longer saw itself as a temporary community, but as a city with a future. The visible duration of the buildings shaped the understanding of time. Buildings lasted for generations and created a sense of historical continuity. The past became present in the cityscape. This presence strengthened the awareness of tradition and order. The city told its own story through its buildings. Architecture thus became an instrument of political education. Citizens learned through the city what power, order, and community meant. Monuments commemorated successes, temples of divine order, streets of discipline and organization. The city itself became a textbook of Roman values. At the same time, the expansion of Rome brought with it new social tensions. Not all parts of the population benefited equally from urbanization. Construction projects could mean forced labor, expropriation, or social burden. The concentration of power and resources exacerbated inequalities. Urbanity was not only progress, but also conflict. However, these tensions remained largely controllable during the royal period. The authority of the rulers, religious legitimacy, and military discipline maintained order. But the experiences of this phase had a lasting impact on political awareness. The city learned that power is visible and tangible, and therefore also vulnerable. The construction of Rome also created new standards for political responsibility. Anyone who built had to plan, coordinate, and think long-term. Short-term decisions are not enough. This ability to act in the long term became a central feature of Roman politics. The city did not grow by chance, but purposefully. With increasing urbanization, the relationship to the surrounding area also changed. Rome became the center that structured surrounding areas. Roads connected town and country, markets attracted producers, religious festivals had an impact beyond the city. Rome began to order its surroundings, not only militarily, but spatially and economically. This development prepared the ground for later expansion. A city with infrastructure, organization, and identity is able to control larger spaces. The construction of Rome was therefore not only relevant domestically, but strategically. He made the city compatible with larger power structures. It is important that this process was not understood as complete. Rome remained a construction site, literally and figuratively. New buildings supplemented older structures, and existing buildings were adapted, expanded, or replaced. This ability to adapt without losing order became one of Rome's greatest strengths. The construction of Rome was therefore not a purely technical project, but a political program. He combined power, religion, economy, and society in a visible whole. Architecture became the language of domination, order, and community. Anyone who entered Rome was to realize that there was a structured, permanent power here. At the end of this development, there was a city that consciously perceived itself. Rome was no longer just a place of coexistence, but a political symbol. Its streets directed movement, its temples ordered faith, its squares structured the public. The city became the expression of a claim, to stay, to order, and to rule. The construction of Rome, therefore, marks a decisive step in Roman history. He made visible what had previously only been thought or lived. Order was given form, power was given space. In stone and structure, a city was created that was more than the sum of its inhabitants, an urban center that laid the foundation for everything else. Chapter 17. Servius Tullius. With Servius Tullius, the Roman royal period reached one of its most politically momentous climaxes. In Roman memory, his rule is regarded as a phase of profound internal order in which the understanding of the state, citizenship, and political participation changed fundamentally. While earlier kings worked primarily through war, religion, or monumental building activity, Servius Tullius started with the social structure itself. He reorganized the population, not according to origin or family, but according to property and military capability, and thus created a political structure that permanently changed the state. At that time, Rome was a grown heterogeneous city. Different population groups lived side by side, long-established families, descendants of integrated communities, craftsmen, traders, and farmers. This diversity was a strength, but also a problem of order. Traditional ties were no longer sufficient to distribute political responsibility, military burdens, and rights fairly. Servius Tullius recognized that a growing state needed new criteria for belonging and participation. The core of his reforms lies in the systematic registration of the population. Possession became the measure of political and military role. Those who had more bore greater responsibility for the defense of the community. This order was based on a sober logic. The state needed soldiers, equipment, and organization, and these could only be provided where economic resources were available. Political participation was tied to concrete achievements. With this new order, the relationship between the individual and the state changed fundamentally. Belonging was no longer primarily a question of ancestry, but of contribution. The citizen was understood as an active part of the community, whose rights and duties resulted from his role for the community. This idea was new and far-reaching. It created a functional definition of citizenship that later became the foundation of republican politics. Most importantly, these reforms strengthened the role of citizens without dissolving order. Servius Tullius did not create an egalitarian society. Inequality persisted and was even more clearly defined. But this inequality was now regulated, transparent, and linked to performance. Everyone had a place in the system, and this place was understandable. Order replaced arbitrariness. The military dimension of these reforms can hardly be overestimated. The state was organized as a military community. The division according to military capability made it clear that political importance and military deployment were inseparably linked. Those who defended the state had a right to have a say. This connection created loyalty and a sense of responsibility. The state was not abstract, but something that was actively protected. At the same time, this order increased the efficiency of military organization. Troops could be set up, equipped, and deployed in a targeted manner. The state gained predictability. Military strength was no longer based solely on personal leadership or spontaneous mobilization, but on systematic preparation. This ability to organize became a central advantage of Rome. Politically, the reorganization led to an expansion of participation. More people were involved in state decision-making processes, albeit in stages. The community gained breadth without giving up its hierarchy. This balance between participation and order was crucial for the stability of the system. Servius Tullius did not create a democratic ideal, but a functional community. The reforms also had a strong integrative effect. Newly added population groups were able to become part of the political system through property and service. Origin took a back seat. Performance came to the fore. This openness promoted cohesion and reduced tensions between old and new citizens. Rome became a community that integrated rather than excluded. At the same time, the balance of power within the city shifted. Propertied citizens gained political weight. The traditional elite remained influential, but increasingly had to justify its position through economic and military efficiency. Power became less self-evident and more functionally justified. In the long term, this development contributed to the emergence of political competition. Servius Tullius is portrayed in tradition as a ruler who relied not only on royal authority, but on order and structure. His power was based on organization, not personal violence. This depiction is deliberately chosen. It shows a type of ruler who stabilizes power through systematics, not through intimidation. The reforms also had an effect on the self-image of the citizens. They began to see themselves not only as members of a family or a neighborhood, but as part of a state with clear expectations. Duty and law were linked. This connection had a profound and lasting influence on Roman state thinking. Another important aspect is the long-term political effect of this order. The structures created by Servius Tullius survived the royal period. When kingship was later abolished, these patterns of order could be adopted and further developed. The Republic fell back on an existing system instead of having to reinvent it. In this sense, Servius Tullius was a pioneer of republican politics. The reforms also created a new understanding of legitimacy. Rule had to be measured by the order it had created itself. Arbitrariness contradicted the system. This implicit limitation of power was a decisive step in Rome's political development. Even though the king remained formally powerful, his power was now embedded in structures. The Roman memory of Servius Tullius is correspondingly positive. He appears as a just, orderly ruler who strengthened the community. This assessment is not accidental. It reflects the Roman ideal that good rule creates order instead of putting oneself at the center. Servius Tullius became the benchmark for political design. At the same time, the conflictual nature of these reforms should not be underestimated. Every reorganization of property, duties, and rights creates winners and losers. Tensions were inevitable, but it was precisely the system of reforms that made it possible to control these tensions. Conflicts could be fought out within the system instead of destroying it. The combination of political participation and military duty also had a disciplining effect. Citizens learned to take responsibility and to support decisions. The state was not experienced as a foreign power, but as a common task. This identification was an important prerequisite for Rome's later ability to expand. Servius Tullius thus stands for a decisive maturation of the Roman community. Rome developed from an order characterized by rulers to a structured state in which citizens played a defined role. Power was organized, responsibility was distributed, and belonging was redefined. This development made Rome more resilient to internal and external challenges. A state that can order and mobilize its population has enormous assertiveness. The reforms of Servius Tullius laid the foundation for this. They combined social order with political stability. At the end of his reign, there was a city that was politically more complex, socially differentiated, and organizationally efficient than ever before. Rome was now more than the sum of its families and neighborhoods. It was a state with clear structures and expectations. Servius Tullius therefore plays a key role in Rome's long history. He showed that political strength does not only arise from war or monuments, but from order, participation, and responsibility. His reforms fundamentally changed the relationship between citizens and the state, and had an impact far beyond his own time. Thus, in Roman memory, Servius Tullius remains the king who shaped Rome from within, not through spectacular conquests, but through the quiet, sustained force of order. This achievement is where its historical significance lies, and an essential building block for Rome's later rise. Chapter 18. The Roman Social Order. The Roman social order formed the invisible framework on which the state, politics, the military, and everyday life rested. It was not the result of a single law or a deliberate reform, but developed gradually from tradition, power relations, and practical necessities. From the beginning, this order was clearly hierarchically structured. Every person had a place that determined his rights, duties, and opportunities. This structure gave stability to the community, but at the same time created tensions that were to accompany Rome for centuries. At the heart of Roman society was the idea of inequality as a natural state. Equality was not considered an ideal, but a potential threat to order and stability. Different tasks required different roles, and these roles had to be clearly defined. Roman society saw itself as a functional whole, in which each part made its contribution, but not on the same level. Origin played a central role in this. Belonging to certain families or social groups determined reputation, influence, and access to power. Long-established families enjoyed special prestige, as they traced their ancestry back to the early days of the city. This origin gave them not only social status, but also political credibility. Leadership was considered a learned and inherited skill. In addition to origin, however, assets became increasingly important. Ownership was measurable, visible, and functional. Those who had land, livestock, or other resources could pay taxes, equip soldiers, and support the state. Wealth thus became a decisive criterion for political participation. This development complemented the traditional meaning of origin and at the same time made society more dynamic and conflictual. The combination of origin and wealth created a graduated society. At the top were the leading families, who dominated political offices and held religious functions. This was followed by free citizens with less property, who bore duties but had less influence. At the bottom were people without political rights, whose role was limited to work and service. This order was clear, visible, and widely accepted. Rights and duties were inextricably linked. Those who had more influence bore greater responsibility. Leadership was not only a privilege, but an obligation. Wealthy citizens had to support the state militarily and financially. Poor citizens, on the other hand, did physical labor or military service. This interdependence stabilized the system. A central element of the social order was the family. It was considered the smallest unit of the state and was strictly hierarchically organized. At its head was the head of the household, whose authority was comprehensive. Values, duties, and loyalties were taught within the family. The order of the state was reflected in the order of the house. Discipline began in the private sphere. This family hierarchy had far-reaching social consequences. Individual freedom was limited, especially for women, children, and addicts. Personal wishes took a back seat to family and social obligations. However, these restrictions were not understood as oppression, but as a necessary prerequisite for stability. Order was more important than self-realization. Hierarchy was also omnipresent in public life. Clothing, appearance, and behavior signaled social rank. Public spaces were not neutral, but structured. Those who were allowed to speak, where they stood, and how they moved followed social rules. This visibility of order made social conditions unambiguous and reduced uncertainty. The Roman social order was closely linked to the military. Military capability was a central criterion for political status. Those who could fight and were willing to defend the state were entitled to participation. Military service was considered the highest duty and proof of belonging. This connection made society resilient and mobilizable. At the same time, this system excluded many people. Those who had no assets or were not fit to defend themselves remained politically marginalized. However, this exclusion was not perceived as an injustice, but as a logical consequence of the order. The state rewarded those who were useful. Benefit defined value. Religion further stabilized this order. The social hierarchy was understood as part of a divine order. Rituals, myths, and traditions conveyed that every place in the structure had its purpose. Resistance to order thus appeared problematic not only politically, but also religiously. Faith strengthened acceptance. Nevertheless, the Roman social order was not rigid. Changes were possible, but controlled. Individuals could rise through performance, wealth, or loyalty. This limited permeability prevented rigidity and promoted motivation. Promotion remained the exception, not the rule, but only its possibility stabilized the system. It is particularly important that this order did not exist as a theoretical model, but was lived in everyday life. Markets, courts, religious festivals, and military exercises made hierarchy tangible. Society was not an abstract concept, but a daily practice. Everyone knew what was expected of him and what he could expect. This clarity had advantages. It created orientation, reduced conflicts, and enabled efficient action. Decisions could be made quickly because responsibilities were clear. In times of crisis, this structure proved to be particularly efficient. The state was able to mobilize without having to negotiate for a long time. But this order also had its price. Social tensions were inevitable because inequality was enshrined. Those who had little often carried large burdens with limited influence. These imbalances led to long-term dissatisfaction and political conflicts. The social order was stable, but not harmonious. Over time, these tensions grew. Economic changes, population growth, and military successes shifted the social weights. The old order had to be adapted again and again. But their basic principles remained: hierarchy, duty, order, and utility. The permanence of this social order is remarkable. Even as Rome underwent political change, the social hierarchy remained largely intact. The Republic and the Empire adopted many of their structures. New institutions also moved within this framework. The social order proved to be adaptable and robust. A decisive reason for this permanence lies in its connection with the Roman self-image. Rome saw itself as a community of fulfillers of duty, not as an association of equal individuals. Performance for the state was the measure of recognition. This attitude shaped education, politics, and culture. Dealing with strangers also followed this logic. Immigrants could be integrated if they submitted to the order and were useful. Origin played a role, but was not insurmountable. Integration meant classification. This ability to integrate different groups was one of Rome's great strengths. The Roman social order also had an identity-forming effect. It gave a clear picture of what it meant to be part of this community. A sense of duty, discipline, and respect for hierarchy were considered virtues. These values were passed on and internalized. Society shaped character. In the long term, this order prepared the ground for political developments. The clear separation of rights and duties, of influence and subordination made power visible, and thus open to criticism. It was precisely because order was so clear that it could be questioned. Later demands for more participation tied in with existing structures instead of destroying them. The Roman social order was thus not a rigid corset, but a framework that made change possible without creating chaos. It combined stability with limited flexibility. This balance was crucial to Rome's long-term success. In the end, it can be said that the Roman social order was much more than social stratification. It was a political instrument, a cultural model, and a moral standard. It determined how people lived, thought, and acted. Its basic principles left a lasting mark on Rome and had an impact far beyond the royal period. This order is a key to understanding Roman history. Rome did not become great because it promised equality, but because it created order. This order was hard, unequal, and conflictual, but it was stable. And it was precisely this stability that made it possible for Rome to grow, change, and last for centuries. Chapter 19. Tarquinius Superbus. With the reign of Tarquinius Superbus, the Roman royal period reached its inner turning point and at the same time its end. In Roman memory, he appears as the antithesis of everything that was considered legitimate, ordering rule. While earlier kings exercised their power through consultation, religious legitimation, or institutional integration, Tarquinius Superbus deliberately ruled without regard for the Senate and the people. His rule was perceived as tyrannical because it disregarded existing order and based power solely on coercion, fear, and personal will. This experience gave rise to resistance to the monarchy itself. Tarquinius Superbus did not appear as a moderate administrator of an existing system, but as a ruler who fundamentally changed the political culture of Rome. Roman tradition emphasizes that he disempowered the Senate or deliberately ignored it. Advisory bodies lost their importance. Political participation was restricted. Decisions were no longer negotiated, but ordered. In doing so, Tarquinius broke with a long tradition in which even royal power had been embedded. This disempowerment of the Senate had far-reaching consequences. The Senate was not only a political body, but also a bearer of collective memory and social authority. Ignoring him meant alienating oneself from the leading families and their networks. Tarquinius Superbus isolated himself politically and made his rule dependent on personal assertiveness. Stability gave way to uncertainty. The relationship with the people also deteriorated significantly. Earlier kings had sought the approval of the citizenry, at least symbolically, for example through meetings or religious rituals. Tarquinius Superbus, on the other hand, ruled without visible legitimation by the community. The people were no longer perceived as part of the political process, but as an object of domination. This alienation intensified the feeling of arbitrariness. In the Roman understanding, tyranny meant not only cruelty, but above all the disregard for order. A legitimate rule was characterized by the fact that it respected rules, respected institutions, and took responsibility. Tarquinius Superbus systematically violated this ideal. His power was not based on order, but on fear. In doing so, he undermined the foundation of the state. A central element of his rule was the use of violence as a political means at home. Opposition was not tolerated, but eliminated. This practice created a climate of fear that could enforce obedience in the short term but destroy loyalty in the long term. Citizens and elites began to feel that they were no longer part of the state, but subjugated. Rule became alien. At the same time, Tarquinius Superbus continued or intensified major construction projects. These buildings no longer served primarily the communal order, but the self-presentation of power. Monumentality was intended to demonstrate strength and intimidate resistance. Architecture became a tool of tyranny. What had previously created identity now had an alienating effect. This building policy exacerbated social tensions. The burden of work and taxes fell above all on those who had little political influence anyway. The benefits of the projects benefited the ruling leadership. This intensified the feeling of injustice. The city, once a symbol of common order, became a symbol of the one-sided exercise of power. The religious dimension of the rule also changed. Tarquinius Superbus used religion less as an ordering element and more as an instrument of rule. Rituals no longer served to involve the community, but to legitimize personal power. This instrumentalization undermined trust in religious order and weakened its integrative power. In Roman memory, Tarquinius Superbus is often portrayed as a deliberate rule-breaker. He crossed boundaries that even strong kings had previously respected. These border crossings were decisive because they called kingship itself into question. It was not only the ruler who was considered problematic, but also the form of rule that allowed such a concentration of power. Resistance to Tarquinius therefore did not grow suddenly, but gradually. Elites who had lost their political role began to network. Citizens who suffered under coercion became susceptible to criticism. The common denominator of this resistance was the experience that power without limits is dangerous. The monarchy increasingly appeared to be a risk to the community. This development led to a fundamental change in political thinking. While earlier conflicts were limited to people or decisions, criticism was now directed against the system. The question was no longer how to replace a bad king, but whether kings should be tolerated at all. Tarquinius Superbus became a symbol of this realization. It is noteworthy that Roman tradition does not portray Tarquinius as incompetent. He was not a weak ruler, but an effective power politician. It was precisely this effectiveness that made him dangerous. He showed how much damage a single ruler can cause if he does not submit to any order. This insight had a lasting influence on the Roman mistrust of autocracy. The experience of tyranny sharpened the awareness of institutional limitation of power. Order should not depend on the character of an individual, but on rules and offices. This idea was revolutionary. It prepared the ground for a political system that distributes, controls, and limits power. Tarquinius Superbus' reign thus acted as a catalyst. It made visible what had previously been abstract, the danger of concentrated power. In Roman memory, his tyranny is therefore not only a moral misconduct, but a political lesson. It explains why Rome later took such a decisive stand against the monarchy. The resistance against Tarquinius united different groups. Elites feared for their position, citizens for their freedom, religious actors for order. This unusual alliance made the overthrow of the monarchy possible. The king had isolated himself while his opponents networked. Power without involvement proved to be unstable. It is important that the resistance is not presented as a chaotic uprising, but as a conscious political decision. Rome did not decide against order, but against a certain form of rule. The goal was not anarchy, but a new order in which power is limited. This differentiation is central to the Roman self-image. The memory of Tarquinius Superbus has remained alive for centuries. His name became synonymous with tyranny. Politicians of later times used it as a warning. Anyone who seized too much power was compared to him. Thus, his rule acted as a negative political example beyond its own end. At the same time, this memory shows how much Rome learned from negative experiences. Tyranny did not lead to the rejection of statehood, but to its further development. Institutions were strengthened, power distributed, accountability demanded. The fall of the monarchy was not a step backwards, but a step towards political maturity. Tarquinius Superbus therefore represents the end of a development phase. The royal period had shaped, ordered, and urbanized Rome. But it had also shown that uncontrolled power is dangerous. Tarquinius' reign made this danger unmistakable. In it, all the problems of royalty were condensed. At the end of his reign, confidence in the monarchy was exhausted. Not only the king, but the office itself was considered a threat. This realization was the decisive step towards the abolition of royal power. Rome was ready for a new order. Thus, Tarquinius Superbus remains a central figure in Roman history, not because of his achievements, but because of his impact. His tyrannical rule forced Rome to deal with the foundations of political power. It led to the insight that order only exists where power is limited. In this insight lies the historical significance of his rule. Tarquinius Superbus destroyed the kingdom not by weakness, but by excess. He showed what happens when power is self-sufficient. This experience gave rise to the will to rethink power. Thus, his rule became the last chapter of the monarchy and at the same time the starting point of a new political epoch. The resistance against him was not only rebellion, but a deliberate refoundation. Rome learned from tyranny and made it the foundation of its freedom. Chapter 20. Tyranny and Resistance. The phase of tyranny and resistance marks the inner breaking point of the Roman royal period. In it, experiences of arbitrariness, violence, and political alienation condense into a fundamental questioning of the monarchical order. What had previously appeared to be an undesirable development of individual rulers was now recognized as a structural problem. The legitimacy of the king did not disintegrate through a single act, but through a chain of experiences that affected and eventually united the nobility and the people alike. In this process, the idea of political freedom gained clear contours for the first time. In the Roman understanding, tyranny did not merely mean cruelty or harshness. It referred to a form of rule that had broken away from order and tradition. The tyrant did not rule within the framework of existing institutions, but over them. Decisions no longer follow a comprehensible standard, but personal advantage, mistrust, or the will to power. This made rule unpredictable, and it was precisely this unpredictability that undermined its legitimacy. Arbitrariness was the central feature. Where rules no longer applied, the community lost its reliability. Citizens could no longer estimate which behavior was rewarded or punished. Legal certainty gave way to fear. This experience affected not only ordinary people, but also the leading families. No one was safe from sudden abuse of power. The common vulnerability became the connecting element. Violence played a double role in this context. On the one hand, it was a means of securing power. Intimidation, punishment, and coercion were supposed to force obedience. On the other hand, it was precisely this violence that exposed the weakness of the rule. Where power can only assert itself through coercion, it has lost its inner approval. Violence became a sign of isolation, not strength. The increasing domestic violence fundamentally changed the relationship between state and society. The state was no longer perceived as a protective community, but as a threat. Loyalty gave way to distance, fulfillment of duty to inner withdrawal. Citizens began to distinguish between state and ruler. This intellectual separation was decisive. It made resistance conceivable without fundamentally questioning order. The nobility, traditionally bearers of political responsibility, also saw their role threatened. Advisory functions were disregarded, influence curtailed, authority undermined. The leading families, who had supported the state for generations, became spectators or victims. This disempowerment hit the core of political culture. Rule without the involvement of the elite seemed not only unjust, but dangerous. The experience of shared powerlessness led to a rapprochement between the nobility and the people. Although their interests were not identical, they now shared a common enemy: unbound, arbitrary power. This constellation was new. Previous conflicts had often separated the nobility and the people, but now they were united by the realization that both were vulnerable without the protection of order. This alliance was not born out of ideology, but out of experience. It was pragmatic and situational, but effective. The resistance to tyranny was fed by different motives, but found a common denominator in the rejection of unchecked power. For the first time, a broad social consensus against an existing form of rule emerged. The resistance initially developed quietly. Open rebellion would have been risky. Instead, criticism grew in secret, in conversations, in gestures of refusal, in retreat out of loyalty. This phase of inner distancing was decisive. It deprived the rule of its social basis. Power that is no longer recognized loses its effectiveness, even if it still formally exists. At the same time, the idea of political freedom gained in importance. Freedom was not understood as unlimited self-determination, but as protection against arbitrariness. Those who were not at the mercy of the whim of an individual were free. This definition of freedom was closely linked to order. Freedom meant reliable rules, not the absence of domination. This idea represented a fundamental change. Previously, freedom had hardly been formulated as a political value. Now it became the antithesis of tyranny. Freedom and justice appeared to belong together. Where law prevails, there can be freedom. Where arbitrariness dominates, freedom is lost. This insight had a lasting impact on Roman political thought. Resistance became clearer when it became clear that reforms within the existing system were not enough. The tyranny was not an industrial accident, but the result of concentrated power. As long as an individual had unlimited authority, the danger remained. This realization led to a radical conclusion: not the ruler alone, but the form of rule had to be changed. This was a decisive step. Resistance was no longer directed only against individuals, but against structures. The question was no longer how to find a better king, but how to prevent anyone from becoming king with unlimited power in the first place. This shift from a personnel problem to a systemic problem marks the transition to political maturity. The idea of political freedom was now combined with the principle of limiting power. Freedom should not depend on the goodwill of a ruler, but should be institutionally secured. Power had to be shared, controlled, and limited in time. These ideas did not arise in the abstract, but from concrete experiences of abuse. Networks were formed, loyalties shifted, alternatives were discussed. It is important that this process is not presented as a chaotic rebellion, but as a conscious reorientation. The goal was not destruction, but redesign. Order was to be maintained, but on a new basis. In this phase, the political learning ability of Roman society became apparent. Instead of sinking into violence, she looked for structural solutions. The experience of tyranny was analyzed, not suppressed. Mistakes were named, consequences were drawn. This capacity for reflection distinguished Rome from many other early communities. The joint resistance of the nobility and the people also created a new political language. Terms such as law, freedom, and the common good gained in importance. Politics was no longer understood only as the exercise of power, but as the creation of common rules. This language had not yet been formed, but its basic features were recognizable. The memory of this phase also played an important role. Tyranny became a warning example. Resistance became morally legitimate action. This memory was consciously cultivated and passed on. It served as a benchmark for later generations. Those who abused power placed themselves in a dangerous tradition. The experience that the nobility and the people could act together changed the political self-image. Social groups realized that their interests could overlap. This realization made compromises possible and strengthened the community. Unity did not arise from equality, but from a common need for protection. The idea of political freedom always remained pragmatic. It was not an abstract ideal, but a response to concrete threats. Freedom meant security from arbitrariness, protection through rules, and participation in decisions that affected one's own life. This definition was compatible and widely accepted. In the long term, this phase acted as a catalyst. It accelerated developments that had previously been designed but not carried out. Institutions that had previously existed in a complementary way gained in central importance. Consultation, collegiality, and time limits on power became guiding principles. The tyranny thus had a paradoxical effect. It destroyed trust in the monarchy, but strengthened awareness of political order. The experience of injustice gave rise to the will for a fairer structure. Fear gave rise to responsibility. Resistance turned into a new foundation. At the end of this phase, there was a clear insight: power without limits is dangerous, even if it seems effective at first. Order needs control, freedom needs rules, rule needs consent. This insight was the intellectual core of the impending political upheaval. Tyranny and resistance are therefore not only a chapter of decline, but one of learning. Roman society recognized that political stability does not come from fear, but from participation. She understood that freedom does not mean the absence of order, but its just design. In this area of tension, a new political self-image was formed. The state was no longer to be the property of a ruler, but a matter for the community. This idea had not yet been institutionally worked out, but it was born. A new order was soon to emerge from it. Thus, this phase marks the transition from endured domination to consciously designed politics. Arbitrariness had lost its legitimacy, resistance had found its justification. The idea of political freedom was no longer just a reaction, but a claim. And from this claim grew the will to begin the history of Rome anew. Chapter 21. The Rape of Lucretia. The history of Lucretia marks the moral and political turning point of the Roman royal period. In Roman memory, her fate is far more than a private tragedy. It becomes a symbol of the final loss of royal legitimacy and the trigger for a collective rebellion against the monarchy. Using their example, experiences of arbitrariness, abuse of power and moral transgression were condensed into an event that could no longer be accepted. The myth of Lucretia legitimized the overthrow of kings by turning personal injustice into political necessity. Lucretia is described as an ideal image of Roman virtue. She embodied marital fidelity, domestic discipline, and moral purity, values that were considered the foundation of society in the Roman self-image. Their way of life stood in deliberate contrast to the moral neglect attributed to the royal family. It was precisely this juxtaposition that made her fate politically explosive. What happened to her could not be dismissed as an isolated case, but was understood as an attack on the moral order of the entire community. According to tradition, Lucretia was the victim of an assault by a member of the royal family. The decisive factor here is not so much the concrete act as its significance in Roman thought. The assault was an expression of a power that defied law, custom, and boundaries. He showed that royal authority no longer protected, but threatened. The private sphere, previously a place of order and stability, was violated by political power. This transgression of boundaries struck at the core of Roman values. The family was considered the foundation of the state, the honor of the woman as a mirror of the order of the house. Anyone who violated this order called into question not only an individual, but also the community. The act was therefore not perceived as a personal crime, but as a political act of tyranny. Power no longer showed itself as a regulating force, but as a destructive arbitrariness. Lucretia's reaction is central to the effect of the myth. She did not remain silent, but made the injustice public. By calling family and allies together and describing what had happened, she deprived the crime of its hidden character. The private became political. This publicity was crucial because it made it clear that silence was no longer an option. Injustice had to be named in order to be overcome. Their subsequent death is portrayed in Roman tradition as a deliberate act, not as an escape. He was to show that honor was higher for them than life. This interpretation may seem problematic from today's perspective, but in the Roman context it fulfilled a clear function. Death gave her accusation the highest moral authority. He made compromises impossible and demanded consequences. Through this act, personal suffering became a collective mission. The community could not go back to business as usual without betraying its own values. Lucretia's death was like a moral shock that dissolved the paralysis of the resistance. Indignation replaced fear. Silence became complicity. The moment of decision had come. It is particularly important that this outrage had a cross-social effect. The nobility and the people reacted equally. For the leading families, the act was further proof of the abuse of power by the royal family. For the people, it showed that no one was safe from royal arbitrariness. The boundaries between social groups receded. The common injustice came to the fore. Lucretia's fate gave the resistance a moral justification that went beyond political arguments. The overthrow of the monarchy now seemed not only sensible, but necessary. Those who remained inactive were complicit in tyranny. The myth transformed political upheaval into moral duty. This combination of morality and politics is crucial for understanding the Roman Revolution. Rome justified the overthrow of the kings not primarily with questions of power or institutional problems, but with ethical failure. The monarchy had not only governed badly, it had violated fundamental values. As a result, it lost any right to continue to exist. The figure of Lucretia thus became the moral standard. It showed what was at stake: the integrity of the individual and the order of the community. Their fate made abstract criticism tangible. Tyranny was given a face, resistance a motive. The political debate became emotionally charged and at the same time morally grounded. The myth also fulfilled an important function in the politics of remembrance. He subsequently explained why the overthrow of the monarchy was justified. The new order could refer to a clear origin. Freedom did not arise out of ambition, but out of necessity. This narrative created legitimacy for the coming republic. At the same time, the myth made clear what form of power Rome wanted to reject in the future. It was not kings per se that were the problem, but unchecked power. The rape of Lucretia stood for the point at which power had lost all boundaries. This experience permanently shaped the Roman mistrust of autocracy. The moral character of the myth also explains its enormous impact. It has been told, taught, and remembered for generations. Lucretia was not portrayed as a victim, but as a trigger of freedom. Their history gave the political system an ethical foundation. Freedom was not only a political condition, but a moral obligation. It is remarkable that the myth locates responsibility not only with the perpetrator, but with the system. The act was possible because power was not limited. This insight focuses on structures instead of individuals. The overthrow of the monarchy thus appears to be a logical consequence, not an emotional act of revenge. The history of Lucretia also reinforced the Roman ideal of self-control and a sense of duty. Individual suffering was not considered in isolation, but was placed in relation to the community. His own fate gained meaning through his contribution to the common good. This attitude profoundly shaped the Roman understanding of civic duty. At the same time, the myth reveals the harshness of these values. Personal happiness or life take a backseat to collective order. Moral greatness is defined by sacrifice. This view explains the enormous discipline and willingness to make sacrifices that would later characterize Rome, but also makes clear the intransigence of the system. The political impact of the myth was immediate. The outrage over Lucretia's fate bundled the resistance that had already built up. What had begun as discontent now turned into decisive action. The idea of political freedom was given an emotional core. Freedom was not demanded in the abstract, but as protection against concretely experienced injustice. The fall of the monarchy therefore appears in Roman memory as morally inevitable. Those who accepted the deed against Lucretia accepted tyranny. If you wanted freedom, you had to act. This logic made the upheaval irreversible. A return to the old order was no longer conceivable. Lucretia's story also explains why Rome protected its new order with so much earnestness. The memory of the moral collapse of the monarchy remained present. It served as a warning and as a justification. Any subsequent concentration of power could be criticized with reference to this primal scene. The myth thus has an impact far beyond its historical context. He shaped Roman ideas of law, honor, and freedom for centuries. Even in later political conflicts, Lucretia was referred to denounce abuse of power. Her story became a moral touchstone. The special power of this narrative lies in the connection between personal fate and political upheaval. Lucretia's suffering was not anonymous, but concrete. It was precisely this concreteness that made political principles understandable. Freedom was not defined as a privilege, but as a protective space, as a border that power must not cross. In the end, Lucretia stands as a symbolic figure of fundamental change. Their fate made it clear that political order disintegrates without a moral basis. The monarchy lost its legitimacy not through military defeat, but through ethical failure. This idea shaped the Roman self-image until the late period. The rape of Lucretia is therefore not a marginal event, but the moral pivot of early Roman history. She explains why Rome rejected kings, why freedom was understood as protection against arbitrariness, and why power had to be limited. In this narrative, individual suffering was combined with collective refoundation. This is how a tragedy became a political origin. Lucretia's death became the last accusation against the monarchy and the first argument for a new order. Out of indignation came determination, out of injustice came freedom. The myth made the overthrow of the kings not only possible, but necessary, and gave the coming republic its moral legitimacy. Chapter 22. The Fall of the Monarchy. The fall of the Roman monarchy marked one of the most profound political turning points in ancient history. The expulsion of the king marked the end not only of a period of rule, but of an entire form of political order. What had been taken for granted for generations was now recognized as a danger. From then on, royal rule no longer appeared as a guarantor of stability, but as a potential threat to freedom, justice, and community. Rome made a deliberate break with its own past and turned to new forms of rule. This upheaval did not happen suddenly or unprepared. It was the result of a long process of erosion in which trust had been lost, legitimacy undermined, and order disregarded. The experience of tyranny had made it clear that power without limits is destructive. The monarchy had failed not because it was too weak, but because it had become too strong, too concentrated, and too uncontrolled. The expulsion of the last king, Tarquinius Superbus, was therefore understood as a necessary act of self-defense. It was not about personal revenge or a mere change of power, but about saving the community. The political community decided to abolish a form of rule that had proven to be incompatible with its own values. This step was radical, but deliberate. It is particularly noteworthy that the fall of the monarchy did not lead to chaos or anarchy. Rome did not disintegrate, but reorganized itself. This shows how far the political maturation process had already progressed. Institutions, social ties, and shared values persisted. The abolition of royalty was not an act of destruction, but a deliberate restructuring of political power. The political break consisted above all in the reassessment of power. Where unity had previously been embodied by one person, it was now to be secured by structures, offices, and rules. Power was not abolished, but distributed. This distribution was the central antidote to the experience of tyranny. No single person should ever again be able to subjugate the state and society to their will. In Roman memory, this moment is portrayed as a conscious decision for freedom. Freedom did not mean a lack of rules, but protection against arbitrariness. The overthrow of the monarchy was therefore not an uprising against order, but an act to restore order on a new basis. The community claimed the right to determine its own form of rule. A crucial aspect of this upheaval is collective action. The king was not overthrown by a rival elite alone, but by an alliance of different social groups. The nobility and the people had recognized that their security lay only in jointly supported rules. This insight gave the upheaval broad legitimacy and prevented its reversal. The rejection of royalty became an integral part of Roman identity. From then on, any attempt to restore royal power was considered an attack on the freedom of the community. The concept of the king was negatively charged. Not the person, but the office itself was seen as a danger. This attitude shaped Roman political thought for centuries. The fall of the monarchy also had a profound symbolic meaning. He showed that political order can be changed. Domination was not a divinely ordained state, but a human arrangement. This realization was revolutionary. It opened up the possibility of understanding politics as a space that can be shaped, not as a fateful fact. At the same time, Rome remained connected to its past. Many institutions, rituals, and social structures from the royal era have been adopted. The break was selective. The kingship was rejected, not the order as a whole. This ability to separate form and content was crucial to the success of the upheaval. Rome did not destroy what worked, but replaced what had become dangerous. The new forms of rule to which Rome turned were characterized by caution. Power should be temporary, shared and controlled. Responsibility was distributed on several shoulders. Decision-making power should balance itself, not concentrate. These principles did not arise theoretically, but from concrete experience of abuse of power. The fall of the monarchy also led to a redefinition of political virtues. Obedience to a ruler took a back seat to loyalty to the community. Duty was no longer understood as subordination to a person, but as a service to order. This shift fundamentally changed the relationship between citizens and the state. It is important that this upheaval was not understood as a one-off event, but as a permanent obligation. The freedom that had been won had to be protected. Distrust of power became a virtue. From then on, political vigilance was considered a civic duty. This attitude explains the later Roman skepticism towards too much authority in one hand. The fall of the monarchy also created a new standard of legitimacy. Rule had to justify itself, explain itself, and answer for itself. It was no longer a matter of course. This development increased the political sensitivity of the community. Decisions were questioned, offices were reviewed, power was critically monitored. Politics became a public process. The self-image of the elite also changed. Leadership no longer meant standing above others, but taking responsibility within clear boundaries. The claim to power had to be justified, not only by origin, but by service to the community. This change contributed to the long-term stability of the system. The fall of the monarchy also had an outward effect. Rome no longer presented itself as a city under a king, but as a community of free citizens. This identity had political and military consequences. It promoted cohesion, sacrifice, and loyalty. Freedom became a common value that had to be defended. At the same time, the memory of the monarchy remained present. It served as a cautionary tale. Stories of tyrannical kings were deliberately passed on to prevent future concentration of power. Remembrance became a political instrument. History taught what had to be avoided. The political break also brought uncertainty. New structures had to prove themselves. Power relations had to be rebalanced. Conflicts were inevitable. But these conflicts took place within a new framework. They were not directed against the order itself, but against its design. The basic consensus against royalty remained. The decision to turn to new forms of rule was therefore not an expression of weakness, but of self-confidence. Rome trusted that it could exist without a king. This confidence was based on established institutions, social discipline, and shared experience. The city had grown up politically. The fall of the monarchy thus marks the transition from personal to institutional rule. Power has been depersonalized and legalized. This step was decisive for the further history of Rome. It enabled expansion, integration, and long-term stability. Without this break, Rome's later rise would hardly have been conceivable. At the same time, the upheaval remains ambivalent. Freedom did not mean equality, and power remained unevenly distributed, but it had become controllable. This control was the core of the new system. Rome did not opt for ideals, but for mechanisms that could curb power. In the end, the monarchy was overthrown as a deliberate refoundation. Rome redefined itself, not as the kingdom of a king, but as a community of free citizens. This self-definition was demanding and conflict-prone, but it was sustainable. It became the foundation of a political culture that sought to combine order and freedom. Thus, the fall of the monarchy was not the end of a story, but its new beginning. The experience of tyranny gave rise to a political consciousness that distrusted power and created rules. From then on, royal rule was seen as a danger, not a solution. Rome had learned that political stability does not arise from submission, but from a jointly supported order. In this learning lies the historical significance of this moment. The political break was painful, but necessary. He made Rome capable of developing without losing its fundamental values. The fall of the monarchy opened the way for a new epoch, one in which power was limited, freedom was protected, and politics was understood as a common task. Chapter 23. The Birth of the Republic. With the birth of the Republic, a new political epoch began for Rome, which not only introduced a different form of government, but also produced a fundamentally new understanding of power, order, and freedom. The abolition of royalty was not a mere exchange at the top, but a deliberate reshaping of political principles. A single ruler was replaced by elected officials whose power was limited in time and institutionally divided. Freedom and law became the focus of political thought and became supporting pillars of the community. The transition to the Republic was characterized by caution and experience. Rome had learned that power, when it is permanently in one hand, becomes a danger. The new order was therefore intended to prevent tyrannical conditions from repeating themselves. The aim was not to abolish authority, but to control it. Rule should remain possible, but only under clearly defined conditions and within a fixed framework. A central feature of the new order was the temporal limitation of political power. Offices were not awarded for life, but only for short periods. This limitation forced the ministers to account and prevented personal rule from becoming entrenched. Those who knew that their power was ending had to abide by rules and be considerate of successors. Time became an instrument of political control. Equally important was the sharing of power. A king was replaced by several officials who controlled each other. Decisions could no longer be made alone, but required coordination and cooperation. This collegial structure reduced the risk of abuse of power. It demanded the ability to compromise and promoted political negotiation instead of personal arbitrariness. However, the Republic was not a democracy in the modern sense. Not all citizens had the same influence, and social hierarchies remained. Nevertheless, the new order represented considerable progress. Power was no longer tied to one person, but to offices that were assigned according to fixed rules. Origin and tradition continued to play a role, but they were supplemented by formal procedures. Law gained a new meaning in the Republic. While in royalty the will of the ruler was often regarded as law, the law was now elevated to the highest authority. Public officials had to uphold the law, not replace it. This subordination of power to the law was a decisive step. It created predictability and protected citizens from arbitrariness. Freedom has been redefined in this context. It did not mean independence from all rule, but security from arbitrary power. Those who lived according to known rules and were not at the mercy of the whim of an individual were free. This freedom was collectively organized and legally secured. It arose out of order, not chaos. The Republican order strengthened the political consciousness of the citizens. Politics became a matter of community, no longer an event at the court of a king. Public debates, elections, and assumptions of office made political processes visible. Citizens were able to observe, assess, and to a limited extent, influence. This publicity created responsibility. A decisive factor for the stability of the Republic was the integration of existing institutions. The transition did not mean a complete new beginning. Many structures from the royal era have been preserved and adapted. Advisory bodies, religious order, and social hierarchies were not abolished, but integrated into the new system. Continuity and change were balanced. This balance was necessary to ensure acceptance. A radical break would have created uncertainty and resistance. Instead, the Republic presented itself as a continuation of the Roman order under new auspices. The values of discipline, duty, and the common good remained, but were institutionally secured. The Republic did not appear as a foreign body, but as a logical further development. The new order also changed the self-image of the political elite. Leadership was now limited in time and tied to accountability. Prestige no longer arose solely from origin, but from successfully exercised office. Political competition gained in importance. This competition was regulated and institutionally embedded, which channeled conflicts instead of escalating them. At the same time, the importance of political virtues grew. Moderation, Adherence to the law and a sense of responsibility were considered the central characteristics of a public official. Those who exceeded their power endangered not only themselves, but the order as a whole. This moral expectation was closely linked to the memory of the monarchy. The Republic saw itself as an alternative to tyranny. The sharing of power inevitably led to slower decision-making processes. But this slowness was accepted as the price of freedom. Quick decisions by an individual had proven to be dangerous. The Republic relied on balance instead of speed, on stability instead of efficiency at any price. This priority profoundly shaped the Roman understanding of the state. The new order also had military effects. The supreme command was no longer permanently with one person, but changed. Military power was more strongly embedded in political responsibility. This separation prevented military success from automatically leading to political dominance. War remained important, but it was more closely controlled. The birth of the Republic also created a new way of dealing with political failure. Mistakes by individual officials no longer endanger the entire system. The order was more robust because it was not tied to one person. This institutional resilience made Rome resilient to crises. The state was able to cope with setbacks without losing its basic structure. However, republican freedom was not free of conflict. Different interests, social tensions, and power struggles remained. The Republic did not offer a harmonious ideal state, but a framework in which conflicts could be resolved. It was precisely this ability to resolve conflicts that made it strong. Order did not mean freedom from conflict, but conflict regulation. The emphasis on the law promoted the development of legal structures in the long term. Rules had to be formulated, interpreted, and applied. Law became an independent area of political culture. This development had profound consequences for Roman thought and shaped later generations. Legalism became the trademark of Roman civilization. The Republic was also defined by memory. The fall of the monarchy was deliberately told as the origin of freedom. This founding narrative created identity and orientation. She recalled why power had to be limited and what dangers would threaten if this limitation were lifted. History became a political argument. The new order required active participation. Freedom had to be defended, order had to be maintained. Political indifference was seen as a danger. Civic duty gained in importance. The Republic lived on commitment, not passive subordination. This expectation had a lasting impact on the Roman civic ideal. At the same time, the Republic remained exclusive. Political participation was tied to property, status, and gender. Many people remained excluded. But even these limitations now follow clear rules. Arbitrariness gave way to structure. Inequality has not been eliminated, but it has been formalized. This also shows the ordering character of the Republic. In the long term, the Republican order created the conditions for Rome's expansion. A state with shared power, clear rules, and strong identification of its citizens could mobilize resources and manage conflicts. The Republic proved to be efficient precisely because it did not centralize power. Their flexibility became a decisive advantage. The birth of the Republic was therefore more than a political act. It was a cultural and mental change. Rome learned to distrust power and at the same time to give it fixed forms. Freedom was not understood as a gift, but as a task. Law was not understood as a restriction, but as protection. At the end of this development was a new political self-image. Rome was no longer the kingdom of a king, but a community of free citizens under the law. This self-definition was demanding and conflict-prone, but it was sustainable. It made Rome a state that could withstand and shape change. The birth of the Republic thus marks one of the most important steps in Roman history. It established an order that shared power, protected freedom, and placed law above persons. The experience of tyranny gave rise to a system based on distrust of power and trust in rules. This order was not perfect, but it was capable of learning. She was able to adapt without giving up her basic principles. It was precisely this ability that made her permanent. The Republic became the foundation of Roman greatness and the measure of political freedom. Thus, with the birth of the Republic, not only a new chapter begins, but a new way of thinking politics. Power has been depersonalized, freedom has been institutionalized, and order has been legalized. Rome had learned from its past, and cast this learning process in a political form that was to shape its history for centuries. Chapter 24. The Legacy of the Royal Era. The transition from monarchy to republic represented a profound political turning point for Rome, but it did not mean a complete break with the past. On the contrary, a large part of what shaped Rome politically, socially, and culturally had already been created during the royal period and had an impact far beyond its end. Roman history is therefore less a succession of radical new beginnings than a process of adaptation, in which new forms of rule built on existing structures. Continuity shaped the change, and this is precisely where the special legacy of the royal era lies. The royal period had shaped Rome. It had created fundamental institutions that made it possible for the community to function. Administration, religious order, military organization, and social hierarchies were not just inventions of the Republic, but the results of a long process of development. When the kings were expelled, Rome did not face an institutional vacuum. Rather, the new order was able to fall back on proven structures and realign them. This continuity is particularly evident in the political institutions. Advisory bodies, assemblies, and offices already existed in the royal period, albeit under royal sovereignty. The Republic did not abolish these institutions, but changed their position. What had previously supported or limited the king now became the bearer of the political order itself. Institutions survived, their function changed. The religious system also largely remained. Rituals, cults, and religious offices that had been established in the royal period retained their importance. Religion remained an integral part of the state. It structured time, legitimized decisions, and bound the community together. The transition to a republic did not mean secularization, but a redistribution of religious competences. The close connection between state and cult remained a cornerstone of the Roman order. This continuity had a stabilizing effect. In a phase of political upheaval, religion offered reliability. Rituals gave the impression that a higher order continued to exist despite the new form of rule. This made the change less threatening. The Republic did not appear as a radical new beginning, but as a continuation of Roman tradition under changed circumstances. Rome's military organization was also deeply rooted in the royal period. The connection between citizenship and military service, the importance of military discipline, and the idea of the state as a military community had already been pronounced before. The Republic adopted these principles almost unchanged. Military duty remained the basis of political participation. Continuity in the military contributed significantly to Rome's ability to act. The social order also underwent no fundamental restructuring. Hierarchies according to origin, wealth, and status remained. Although the political balance of power shifted, the social structure remained surprisingly stable. The Republic was built on the same social reality as the monarchy. This explains why political change did not lead to social upheavals, but was primarily institutional in nature. This deliberate preservation of social order was no coincidence. A radical break would have destabilized the community. Rome therefore chose a path that made change possible without shaking the foundations of coexistence. The new order should create trust, not uncertainty. Continuity was a political calculation. The continued effect of monarchical ideas of power was particularly formative. Although the king was abolished, the awareness of the need for strong leadership remained. The Republic did not reject authority per se, but its concentration in one person. Leadership positions remained powerful, but limited in time and divided. The decisive difference lay in this limitation, not in the abolition of power. The symbolic language of power was also preserved. Insignia, rituals, and public appearances that had been developed in the royal era continued to be used. They gave dignity and visibility to the new order. The Republic deliberately used familiar forms to underline its legitimacy. This made new things seem familiar, not strange. The legacy of the royal period is also evident in the Roman understanding of law. The idea that order is based on fixed rules was already inherent in the monarchy. The Republic reinforced this idea by placing the law above persons. But the idea that law is the basis of the community had its roots in earlier attempts at order. The Republic continued to develop what had already begun. Another important element of continuity is the Roman culture of remembrance. The royal era was not suppressed or extinguished, but consciously remembered and interpreted. Good kings were regarded as role models, bad ones as warnings. This differentiated memory made it possible to learn from the past without condemning it across the board. Rome did not break with its history, but dealt with it. It is precisely this ability to reflect that distinguishes Rome from many other ancient communities. The abolition of royalty did not lead to the condemnation of all monarchical experiences, but to the conscious selection of what was to be preserved. Institutions, values, and practices have been reviewed and adapted. Change took place within a familiar framework. The legacy of the royal era also shaped the political thinking of the Republic. Distrust of power, the emphasis on duty, and the idea of the common good were not new, but had already developed before. The Republic took up these ideas and made them the core of its order. In this sense, the Republic was less a revolution than a readjustment. The continuity was also evident in the political language. Terms such as order, duty, honor, and the common good retained their meaning. New institutions made use of old values. This linguistic continuity facilitated acceptance and identification. Citizens were able to identify with the new order because it used familiar standards. The role of the elite was also fundamentally retained. Leading families continued to dominate politics and religion. The Republic changed its power base, not its existence. Elites had to submit to new rules, but remained central actors. This integration prevented open resistance and ensured stability. The legacy of the royal period is also reflected in the Roman understanding of history as a teacher. The monarchy was seen as a necessary phase of development, not as an error. It had shaped, ordered, and urbanized Rome. Without the royal period, the Republic would not have been conceivable. This insight gave depth and legitimacy to political change. However, continuity did not mean stagnation. The Republic fundamentally changed decision-making processes, the distribution of power, and political accountability. But it did so on the basis of existing structures. Change was evolutionary, not revolutionary. This approach proved to be extraordinarily successful. The ability to embed the new into the old became a hallmark of Roman politics. It later enabled Rome to integrate foreign peoples, institutions, and cultures without losing its own identity. The legacy of the royal period was thus not only historically but methodologically significant. It taught Rome how to shape change. Even in times of crisis, the Republic fell back on this legacy. When political tensions increased, people remembered earlier forms of order and values. The royal period served as a frame of reference, both positively and negatively. She offered examples of leadership, but also warnings against abuse of power. History became a tool of political orientation. The continued influence of monarchical elements also explains later developments in Roman history. The willingness to accept strong individual violence in exceptional situations can be traced back to this tradition. Even the later emergence of the empire is in tension with this legacy. Rome was able to reactivate monarchical elements because they had never completely disappeared. The legacy of the royal period is thus ambivalent. It created order, enabled stability, but also harbored dangers. The Republic tried to preserve this heritage and at the same time control it. In this balancing act lay their strength, but also their vulnerability. Continuity made change possible, but tied it to existing power structures. In the end, it turns out that Rome did not shed its past, but bore it. The royal era was not the dark age that had to be overcome, but a foundation on which to be built. Institutions, values, and ways of thinking lived on, even if their form changed. This connection between past and present left a lasting mark on Rome. It gave the state depth, stability, and identity. Change was not understood as a loss, but as further development. The royal period remained part of Roman history, not as a form of rule, but as an experience. The legacy of the royal era makes it understandable why Rome was so adaptable. It had learned that political order must not be reinvented, but further developed. Continuity and change were not contradictory, but complemented each other. This attitude is a key to Rome's long-term success. So the royal era does not end in forgetting, but in continuing to have an effect. Its institutions, values, and structures lived on in the Republic and profoundly shaped it. Rome broke with royalty, not with its history. It was precisely this ability to change without losing itself that made Rome the polity it would later become. Chapter 25. Myth and History. Rome's early history is not a sober record of past events, but a network of narratives, memories, and consciously formed interpretations. Myth and history are not in simple opposition, but are closely interwoven. For the Romans, the question of whether an event had taken place really like that was often less decisive than its significance. Stories about origin, foundation, and early rulers did not primarily serve to reconstruct the past, but to explain the present. History became an instrument for the creation of identity. The early Roman period eludes a clear historical record. Written sources begin late. Archaeological findings are fragmentary. These gaps have been filled by narratives that have been passed down, embellished, and adapted over generations. In these stories, memory was combined with interpretation. They explained why Rome was the way it was, and why it was entitled to greatness, power, and duration. Myths fulfilled a central function in this. They created order in the unknown. Where facts are missing, they offer meaning. They answered basic questions. Where do we come from? Why are we different? Why are we allowed to rule? These questions were politically highly relevant. A community that is sure of its origins can confidently assert its place in the world. The myth gave Rome this secure origin. Most importantly, Roman myths were not understood as mere fantasy. They were considered true in the sense of their meaning, not necessarily their facticity. Truth was functional. A story was true when it explained, justified, and connected. In this understanding, myth and history complement each other instead of being mutually exclusive. The myth provided meaning, the story structure. The early founding narratives of Rome clearly show this. They combine violence and order, fate and decision, divine guidance and human action. These elements reflect central experiences of Roman history. The myth not only explained the beginning, but also established a pattern of interpretation for everything that followed. From the very beginning, Rome saw itself as a community that had emerged from conflict and found its strength precisely in this. These stories had a lasting impact on the Roman self-image. Rome did not see itself as a random collection of people, but as the result of a special fate. This fate justified expansion, toughness, and sacrifice. Those who believed that they were determined by the gods or fate could endure setbacks and interpret successes as confirmation. The myth gave him perseverance. At the same time, these stories had a moral dimension. They conveyed values that were considered typically Roman: a sense of duty, willingness to make sacrifices, discipline, and loyalty to the community. Figures from early history served as role models or warnings. Good rulers embodied order. Bad ones showed the dangers of arbitrariness. History became a moral teacher. This moral function explains why certain stories have been told over and over again, and others have been suppressed. The selection of what was remembered followed political and social needs. History was not a neutral space, but a designed one. It was told to shape, not just to inform. This deliberate selection made history an active part of political culture. The Romans took a pragmatic approach. They did not strictly distinguish between true and invented, but between useful and harmful. A history that created unity was considered valuable. One that sowed doubt could be suppressed or reinterpreted. This attitude may contradict modern standards, but it was functional for a community under construction. Especially in times of change, this use of history gained in importance. The transition from monarchy to republic had to be legitimized. Myths helped to portray this break as necessary and just. The past was told in such a way that it justified the present. History became a bridge between old and new. This showed remarkable flexibility. The Romans adapted their narratives to changing political realities. New accents were set, old motifs reinterpreted. History was not a rigid legacy, but a living discourse. This adaptability made Roman identity stable and changeable at the same time. A central element of this identity was the idea of continuity. Even though forms of rule changed, Rome remained true to itself. This continuity was established narratively. Myths connected the past, present, and future into one line. Even ruptures thus appeared as part of a larger plan. Change was embedded in meaning. This narrative strategy also had an integrative effect. Foreign groups, new citizens, and later generations were able to place themselves in history. They became part of a long narrative. History created belonging. Whoever shared the stories belonged to it. In this way, the myth contributed to social integration. At the same time, history served as a demarcation. Roman narratives emphasized differences from other communities. Rome appeared to be particularly virtuous, particularly steadfast, particularly determined. This demarcation strengthened the sense of unity and justified political claims. History became a means of self-aggrandizement. The conscious use of history is also evident in the way we deal with defeats and crises. Setbacks were not concealed, but integrated into narratives. They were regarded as tests, not as a refutation of one's own claim. The myth of the chosen community allowed failure to be interpreted as temporary. History created hope. The relationship between myth and reality has always remained tense. Archaeological findings contradict some narratives, but partially confirm others. But for the Romans, this tension was not a problem. They accepted ambiguity. History didn't have to be unambiguous to be effective. Their power lay in the common interpretation, not in the exact reconstruction. This attitude also explains why Roman historiography is so strongly influenced by narratives. It depicts characters, motives, and moral conflicts. Facts are embedded in stories. The goal is not objective distance, but meaningful representation. History is told, not just listed. The early history of Rome thus became a reservoir of symbols. These symbols could be activated in different contexts. Politicians, orators, and writers used them to support arguments or evaluate behavior. History was present in everyday political life. She did not live in the archive, but in public discourse. This presence also had a disciplining effect. Anyone who deviated from the ideals of their ancestors could be criticized. History set standards. She reminded us of what was considered right. In this sense, history was an instrument of social control. It formed expectations and limited deviation. At the same time, it offered orientation. In uncertain times, people looked for support in the past. The story of previous crises and how to overcome them conveyed confidence. History became a mirror in which solutions were sought. This function made it indispensable for the political self-image. The deliberate use of history to create identity also explains its permanence. Roman myths have been handed down, adapted, and retold over centuries. They did not lose importance, but gained new ones. Even as the political structures changed, the narrative core remained. Rome told itself again and again, and remained true to itself. Myth and history were thus not opposites, but partners. The myth made sense. The story gave structure. Together, They formed a self-image that made Rome capable of acting. This self-image was not objective, but effective. It created identity, legitimized power, and imparted values. Especially in the early days, when material foundations were still uncertain, this symbolic order was of great importance. History replaced what was lacking in institutions. It created cohesion where legal structures were still weak. In this sense, history was a political factor of the first order. The deliberate shaping of the past shows how reflectively Rome dealt with its own history. It was recognized early on that memory has power. Those who interpret the past influence the future. This insight made history a tool of political design. In the end, it can be said that Rome's early history cannot be understood if myth and reality are strictly separated. It is precisely their connection that explains the impact of these stories. Myths shaped the self-image of the Romans. History gave this image depth and continuity. Together, they created an identity that has survived change. This identity was not static, but dynamic. It allowed adaptation, without self-dissolution. Rome could change because it knew who it was. History provided this anchor. It explained origin, justified claims, and created meaning. Thus, history in Rome was deliberately used to create identity. It was not a neutral memory, but a designed narrative. This narrative reflected values, experiences, and goals. Myth and history merged into a narrative that carried Rome, from its mythical beginnings to far beyond early times. In this connection lies a key to understanding Roman greatness. Rome was not only strong militarily or politically, but also narratively. It knew how to explain, justify, and remember itself. This ability made his order resistant. History was not just the past. It was part of the present and a signpost for the future.